Chapter 1160. From the looks of it, Lin Qing seemed to want to kill Xiaoyang. Just how much hatred did this guy have towards Xiaoyang? In fact, it was very easy to understand because in private he had already fallen out with Xiaoyang, and they had already shed all pretenses of cordiality. He even dared to challenge Pang Qingyan, and as long as Xiaoyang was here he would not feel good because he was equivalent to a traitor, deceiving Pang Qingyan's trust. As long as he completely eliminated Xiaoyang, he would feel at ease. However, Chen Haodong, Nangong's son, and the others were different. In terms of personal relationship, they did not have much enmity with Xiaoyang. The reason why they were hostile now was because of their different standpoints. Chen Haodong also found Lin Qing unpleasing to the eye and said unhappily, "Lin Qing, you want to stall for time? I want to ask, will Xiaoyang give you the chance to stall for time?" Lin Qing thought about it, and his expression became much uglier. Xiaoyang was terrifying like a god of death. Even King Wu could be easily killed, let alone them. If he wanted to stall for time, he would have to see if Xiaoyang was willing. In the end, he did not say a word. "Please, Xiaoyang." Chen Haodong, Nangong's son, and the other geniuses began to get into formation, preparing to welcome Xiaoyang's challenge. Xiaoyang looked at old man Qingtong and said calmly, "Sect leader Qingtong, take your 9-story exquisite pagoda and let me use it." Old man Qingtong naturally had no objections and said, "It's good that my old bones can help you, not to mention lending it to you. Even if I give it to you, it's not a problem." As he spoke, he took out the exquisite pagoda from his storage ring and handed it to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang thanked him and took the 9-story exquisite pagoda from old man Qingtong's hands. With regards to this quasi-heaven rank magic treasure, Xiaoyang was rather comfortable using it. Early on, when he entered the 9th floor of the exquisite pagoda for the test, Xiaoyang had already completely grasped the control of the pagoda. However, because of old man Qingtong, Xiaoyang didn't take away this quasi-heaven grade magic treasure. Originally, sects like the Qingtong Sword Sect and the Qingyan Sect were all loyal to the dynasty. However, because of Xiaoyang's appearance, these two sects stood on Xiaoyang's side and became enemies with the dynasty. Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He calmly said, "I'm just borrowing it to avoid hurting them." He explained, after all, quasi-heaven-grade magic treasures were extremely different from heaven-grade magic treasures. The difference in grade and grade between the two was too great. Xiaoyang was worried that if he used the heaven-grade magic treasure, it might hurt them. So he planned to use this quasi-heaven-grade magic treasure. After all, this magic treasure's power was much weaker, and its main purpose was to defend and trap people. The current situation was quite suitable. "Chen Haodong, Nangong's son, I'll let you make your move. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance." Xiaoyang held the exquisite pagoda in his hand and looked at Chen Haodong and the others arrogantly. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting them and that the 9 sect masters would come looking for trouble and hurt the friendship between the 9 sect masters and sect master Qingyan, Xiaoyang would have already slapped them to death. After all, King Wu's Stage 2 cultivation realm was no joke. "All right, then we won't stand on ceremony." Chen Haodong snorted coldly and immediately condensed a shocking sword qi, instantly slashing toward Xiaoyang. Nangong's son didn't show mercy either. He immediately condensed chaotic energy and used his fist technique to bombard Xiaoyang from afar. The other geniuses also used their strongest trump cards to attack Xiaoyang. In the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with dazzling lights. These lights contained powerful cultivation auras. Some were the light of martial skills, some were the light of magic treasures, and so on. All of them were bombarding Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang curled the corners of his mouth and wasn't afraid at all. He smiled indifferently and said, "Then I'll show you the power of King Wu's Stage 2. Then you can obediently cultivate in the exquisite pagoda." After Xiaoyang said that, he immediately channeled his cultivation and took a step forward. His figure instantly bounced up and flew into the air. He didn't use any defensive means and just floated calmly in the air, waiting for the lights to bombard him. When everyone saw Xiao Yang's actions, they were all shocked, especially Chun Haodong, Nangong Sun, and the others. They originally thought that they would have to fight with Xiao Yang and lose in the end. They didn't expect that Xiao Yang would use this method to prove his so-called power to them. These were the trump cards of dozens of geniuses. None of them had the courage to take all of them head-on. They had to admit that Xiao Yang's courage was worthy of admiration. The old man in bronze was slightly worried. Lin Shiyun also frowned and clenched her fists. She was worried that Xiao Yang would be at a disadvantage. After all, they still had many enemies. If he were to take on these people's attacks head-on, it would undoubtedly consume a lot of spirit qi. Pang Qing-yun narrowed his eyes. He was even more convinced of Xiao Yang's strength and courage. Xiao Ling smiled until her eyebrows curved as she looked at him with admiration. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds reverberated. Every time a thunderous sound was heard, a shocking wave would sweep out. This wave of energy was extremely powerful, and the cultivator army and mortal army in the distance could also feel it, causing their expressions to change greatly and their expressions to become solemn. Xiao Yang endured the first wave of attacks from Chun Haodong, Nangong Sun, and the other geniuses with his physical body. After the light dissipated, Xiao Yang's body was revealed. Xiao Yang was still safe and sound. There were no injuries on his body at all. Even the corners of his clothes were not damaged at all. The ferocious wave of attacks just now was like a paper tiger, unable to cause any damage to Xiao Yang. This shocked everyone once again. Xiao Yang looked at them calmly and said indifferently, "This is the power of King Wu's stage 2. Remember this shocking feeling and cultivate in peace." After saying that, Xiao Yang did not hold back and directly attacked. He raised one hand and the Linglong treasure pagoda flew in front of him. As Xiao Yang formed a seal with both hands, the Linglong treasure pagoda immediately flew into the air. It was originally the size of a wine gourd, but it instantly expanded to dozens of feet in size. At the bottom of the pagoda, a shocking suction force erupted. This tyrannical suction force instantly engulfed all the geniuses present. These geniuses could not control their bodies and were swept into the air one after another. Then, one by one, they were sucked into the 9-story Linglong treasure pagoda. "No, I don't want it. Let me go. Xiao Yang, you dare to treat me like this. Aren't you worried that our sect master will come looking for trouble with you? When that time comes, let's see how sect master Qingyan will face our former friendship." Seeing that they were about to lose their freedom and be imprisoned in the Linglong treasure pagoda, these geniuses could not help but shout loudly. They mentioned their sect master, hoping that Xiao Yang would be wary. On the contrary, Xiao Yang did not pay attention to them at all. He was expressionless and calm as he stood proudly. Chapter 1161. He waved his hand again, and the Linglong treasure pagoda erupted with an even stronger suction force. In the blink of an eye, all these so-called prodigies were sucked into the Linglong treasure pagoda. "Collect," Xiao Yang said indifferently, as if his words were the law. As his voice fell, the Linglong treasure pagoda that was spinning in the air flew down and landed in Xiao Yang's hand. Chun Haodong, Nangong Sun, and the other prodigies were now all trapped in the Linglong treasure pagoda. The prodigies in the Linglong treasure pagoda were all panicking. Lin Qing showed dissatisfaction and roared loudly, "Xiao Yang, I know you can hear me. I'm a prodigy of the Qing Yun sect. You dare to trap me here? You're courting death. Let me out. I'm a disciple of the Flowing Cloud sect. I'm warning you, let me out immediately. I'm a disciple of the White Jade sect. I won't let you go." All kinds of threats were shouted. There were also people begging for mercy. However, Xiao Yang remained indifferent. He held the Linglong treasure pagoda in one hand and slowly descended from the air, landing in front of Old Man Qing Tong, Pang Qingyan, and the others. "Sect leader Qing Tong, I'll return this Linglong treasure pagoda to you. Don't worry, let those guys cultivate inside first. Xiaoyang said indifferently. Old man Qing Tong did not hesitate and said, okay. After dealing with these guys, they still had to go through many difficulties to get out of the city. What they were about to face was the dynasty's cultivator army. The cultivator army's cultivation was uneven, but they had the advantage of numbers. With them guarding the city's entrance and exit, they could be considered a force that could not be underestimated. Formation. Like a flood, the army of cultivators rushed forward to surround Xiaoyang and the others in an instant. Among the cultivator army, there were also astonishing crossbows. This was a kind of magic treasure weapon. Although its grade was not very high, it had the advantage of numbers. If thousands of magic treasure crossbows shot at them, even if Xiaoyang and the others could defend, it would consume a lot of spirit energy. Pang Qingyin, old man Qing Tong, and the others all became serious. The effect of the cultivator army was not small, especially since they could continuously increase the number of troops. Those who block me shall die. Xiaoyang released the terrifying aura of a second-level martial king, crushing the cultivator army. This caused the cultivator army's complexion to change greatly, and their expressions turned ugly. Many of the weaker cultivators were unable to withstand this powerful pressure. Their legs went soft, and they directly knelt on the ground. The cultivators with higher cultivation bases were barely able to stand still and carry out their orders. A captain stepped forward and said coldly, "We are under orders to lock down the city. If you dare to barge in, don't blame us for being impolite. Archers, get ready. Once someone rushes over, attack immediately and kill without mercy." The captain roared the order. Understood. The crossbow battalion responded in unison. Very good. Since you want to die, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiaoyang roared and directly unleashed the power of a stage 2 Wu Zun cultivation base and rushed forward. His whole body was like a ball of light that was 10 feet in size. From where he stood, he directly rushed to the city gate. Wherever he went, he plowed a wide path that was 10 feet in size. Any cultivator army that blocked his way was turned into ashes. As for the crossbows they released, they had no effect on Xiaoyang. This was the terror of a stage 2 King Wu. Now that Xiaoyang's physical body was so strong that ordinary magic treasures could not hurt him. After plowing a wide path, Xiaoyang did not stop for a moment. He immediately used an amazing movement technique and arrived in front of the captain in an instant. He grabbed the captain and said, "Order them to stop attacking and retreat. Otherwise, your head will be off." The captain's neck was grabbed by Xiaoyang. He could barely breathe and almost suffocated. His face and eyes began to turn red. Xiaoyang knew that the captain was about to die, so he relaxed a little to let the captain catch his breath. The captain panted and said, "Xiaoyang, you are criminals of the dynasty. I will not let you go even if I die." "Very well, then you can die." Xiaoyang's face was fierce and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He suddenly exerted force in his hand, and a terrifying power instantly rushed into the captain's body. In an instant, his meridians and dantian were destroyed, and his cultivation base was completely destroyed. From this moment onwards, this major had become a cripple. As for what fate he would have in the future, only the heavens knew. Although Xiaoyang had spoken harshly, he did not kill someone so loyal. It was a form of respect. The captain fainted. "Kiliarchs, get over here." Xiaoyang shouted and used greater teleportation. In less than 2 breaths of time, 10 Kiliarchs were in front of Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said coldly, "Tell your soldiers to stop attacking and retreat. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy." Then he pointed at the captain on the ground and threatened, "See, this is the result." Thus, the 10 Kiliarchs hesitated. If the captain was there to suppress them, they would not dare to disobey. But since the captain was not there, they did not want to sacrifice themselves for nothing. One had to know that Xiaoyang was a top expert. If they resisted, it was very likely that they would be wiped out. One of the Kiliarchs was more stubborn. He was loyal to both the dynasty and the captain. Seeing his captain like this, he immediately roared, "Xiaoyang, you are a criminal of the dynasty. Don't even think about threatening us. You let me see you up close. Eat my sword." The captain immediately unsheathed his sword and attacked Xiaoyang. At the same time, two other Kiliarchs chose to cooperate. Xiaoyang could not help but frown. Respect was one thing, but when it came to killing, he would not show mercy. After all, Old Man Qingtong, Lin Shiyin, and Pang Qingyin were still defending against the crossbow battalion. Courting death, Xiaoyang roared and glared. The three Kiliarchs, who were only at the 6th or 7th level of the martial honor realm, exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. "Who else wants to fight?" Xiaoyang asked coldly. His aura was cold and murderous. It gave people the feeling that if they disobeyed, they would definitely be killed. The remaining 7 Kiliarchs looked at each other and quickly communicated with their divine sense. "Everyone stop and retreat. Retreat." Soon, the 7 Kiliarchs made the decision to retreat. The cultivator army retreated to the side and silently watched as Pang Qingyin, Old Man Qingtong, and the others walked on the broad road. Chapter 1162. At least you know what's good for you. Xiaoyang turned around and left. He walked to the city gate. The city gate was not an ordinary gate. This was because the gate was strengthened by a special formation. This defensive formation was a city-level formation, at least a level 5 formation. It was not to be underestimated. "You guys step back. I'll break the formation." Xiaoyang began to break the formation. He could be considered an expert in formations. He spread his divine sense and soon found the foundation of the formation. He unleashed his cultivation and attacked continuously, shooting out several rays of light. These rays of light bombarded the foundation of the formation and instantly destroyed the defensive formation. Of course, he only destroyed 1 or 2 of the foundation of the formation. He only destroyed the formation temporarily. As long as the formation absorbed enough spiritual qi, it would automatically heal. "Let's go." He stomped his foot on the ground, and a terrifying shockwave blasted out. When it slammed into the city gates, the gates exploded with a boom. The passage was completely opened. After walking out of the city, they channeled their cultivation and sped away. As for the mortal army, they watched in horror and did not dare to stop them. What a joke! Even the cultivator army was defeated. How could they be stupid enough to throw their lives away? Even if they wanted to find out who was responsible, they would look for the cultivator army first. Not long after Xiaoyang and the others left, experts arrived one after another. They were Nangong Quanshui, Li Fei, and the others. In addition, there was an old man who had never been seen before. This old man had white hair and a white beard. His cultivation aura was concealed. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary person. He was one of the overseers of the dynasty. His name was Azure Dragon King. His cultivation had long reached the 2nd level of Kingwu. Azure Dragon King were late. Those bastards have already left. Nangong Quanshui reported to Azure Dragon King unwillingly. Li Fei thought for a while and suggested they just left not long ago. "Why don't we chase after them? We should be able to catch up to them." Azure Dragon King glanced at the scene and said calmly, "Xiaoyang is not simple. His physical body has broken through to the 2nd level of Kingwu. He's also proficient in formations." Nangong Quanshui, Li Feiyu, and the others were shocked when they heard this comment. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to be so powerful. If he had known earlier and recruited him into the dynasty, he would have been a great help to the dynasty. However, it was too late. What a pity, against such a strong enemy. After the Azure Dragon King waited for a while, many more King Wu appeared behind them. They were none other than King Wu, Qin Qin, Qian Baiyu, and the rest of the 9 sect masters. The Azure Dragon King looked at them. Qin Qin Qian and the others also saw the Azure Dragon King at the first moment. Their expressions changed greatly as fear appeared in their eyes. They hurriedly bowed and said, "We pay our respects to the Azure Dragon King." The Azure Dragon King was a top-notch expert of the dynasty. He could be said to be the strongest expert of that era. No one dared to be impudent before him. Why are you here?" The Azure Dragon King asked indifferently with his hands behind his back. Although he didn't have the slightest fluctuation of cultivation, no one dared to underestimate him. Chun Qin continued, "Us disciples came here to intercept Xiaoyang and the others, but we didn't expect that we wouldn't be able to return. Right now, we're nowhere to be seen. They must have been captured by Xiaoyang. We came here to bring our disciples back." The Azure Dragon King narrowed his eyes. As the overseeing expert of the dynasty, he naturally knew the intentions of the 9 great sections. As sect masters, they had the strength of King Wu. Instead of intercepting them, they sent their disciples over. This must be a show. However, even so, he couldn't reprimand them openly. After all, their disciples were also captured. Moreover, the 9 great sects were still very powerful. Once they fell out with the dynasty, it would be difficult to clean up. The Azure Dragon King thought for a while and said, "The Qingyun sect and the Qingtong sword sect have already colluded with the evildoers. You all have to work hard to get rid of the evildoers for the dynasty. Since you are here, follow me to the Qingyun sect and ask for an explanation from the Qingyun sect." "We obey." Chen Qin, Qian Baiyu, and the others hurriedly bowed and agreed. Xiaoyang and the others were already far away. At this moment, they were already thousands of li away. However, they didn't relax because of this. Xiaoyang said, "We have to hurry. I keep feeling that something is wrong. There will definitely be strong enemies chasing after us." Pang Qingyin said, "Let's go. Go this way. As long as we reach the Qingyin sect, we will be safe." The group continued on their way. Xiaoyang asked, "Sect Master Qingtong, have the people of the Qingtong sword sect been notified to move? If they still don't move, their lives will be in danger." Old Man Qingtong said, "Don't worry, we have already notified them. Let them go to the Qingyun sect." Judging from the current situation, the Qingyun sect was going to become enemies with the dynasty. It might even start a conflict with the 9 great sections. In the huge Azure Dragon planet, the Qingyun sect was almost an isolated existence. This was a very difficult situation. Xiaoyang blinked and thought to himself, "Now we can only take one step at a time." In the afternoon, news came from the Qingtong sword sect. Some disciples were unable to evacuate in time, causing many experts to chase after them. The Qingtong sword sect's mountain gate had been destroyed. When Old Man Qingtong received this news, he sighed and then comforted the disciples who had already evacuated. "You are the future seeds of the Qingtong sword sect. As long as you reach the Qingyun sect, you will be safe." Lin Shiyun felt a little guilty. If it weren't for her, the Qingtong sword sect wouldn't have suffered such a disaster. Fortunately, most of the people walked out. Pang Qingyin said, "Let's go, we're almost there." After flying for a while, they arrived at an empty mountain forest. As Pang Qingyin made a hand seal, a huge mountain gate immediately condensed in the void. "This is the entrance to the Qingyun sect. Let's go in." He took the lead and walked in. Xiaoyang and the others entered one after another. After entering the Qingyun sect, they saw many disciples of the Qingyun sect practicing martial arts. When they saw Pang Qingyin return, they all bowed one after another. Pang Qingyin issued the first order to gather all the disciples of the Qingyun sect to gather at the martial arts training square. Not long after, many disciples of the sect flew over to gather. At a glance, there were tens of thousands of disciples. Pang Qingyin announced, "From now on, the Qingtong sword sect will join our Qingyun sect and become a part of our Qingyun sect." In addition, Our sect has a new disciple, Xiaoyang, a figure of King Wu's level. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask him for advice. With this announcement, the disciples of the Qingyin sect couldn't help but be in an uproar. The Qingtong sword sect had joined them. Their Qingyin sect could be considered to have expanded their territory. Also, they had recruited a disciple of King Wu's level, which greatly increased the strength of the Qingyin sect. Chapter 1163. After they were excited for a while, Qingyin continued, "Don't be happy too early. We are about to be attacked by the enemy. After all, the enemy is also worried that our Qingyin sect is growing too fast, so all of you must be prepared to fight. Activate the sect's defensive formation." We obey. The disciples of the Qingyin sect were very excited and respectfully accepted the order. They also had a great sense of belonging to the Qingyin sect, especially with the addition of the King Wu, Xiaoyang, to their sect's overall strength had been greatly improved. It should be known that in the other 9 first-rate sects, only the sect leaders were King Wu cultivators. In the future, they would compete for the position of overlord, which was just around the corner. Of course, the premise was that they had to avoid the current disaster first. Didn't you hear what the sect leader said? Others were worried that the Qingyin sect was growing too fast, so they decided to strangle the Qingyin sect in the cradle. They were the first to disagree. The disciples of the Qingtong sword sect had also joined in, and in terms of defense and combat, their manpower could be considered to have increased a little. Sect leader, it's my turn to say a few words. Xiaoyang, who was standing next to Pang Qingyin, called out. Pang Qingyin was stunned for a moment. He originally thought that Xiaoyang would keep silent, but he didn't expect him to take the initiative to speak. This was something he couldn't ask for more. Okay. He decisively agreed, and then said to the disciples, "Next, Xiaoyang, Xiao King Wu, you will speak to them." Xiaoyang's body was suspended in midair, and he said lightly, "Fellow brothers, we will be a family in the future. I will not hide it. I will tell you exactly. I am not only King Wu level, but also King Wu level 2. After saying that, he deliberately released the pressure of King Wu level 2, so that every disciple of the Qingyin sect could feel the horror, and they couldn't help but be in awe and admiration. It should be known that Xiaoyang was not old, but his attainments were much more profound than theirs. So, with King Wu here, the Qingyin sect will definitely not be in trouble. During this period, I hope that all of you will work hard and unite. In addition, I have many good cultivation methods, Earth level cultivation methods, Earth level low grade, Earth level mid grade, and Earth level high grade. As Xiaoyang said this, he took out dozens of cultivation methods from his body. These cultivation methods were suspended around his body. In addition, this King Wu also has countless profound level cultivation methods. As for yellow level cultivation methods, this kind of low-grade cultivation method is not worth mentioning. Xiaoyang waved his hand, and in an instant, hundreds of cultivation methods appeared. Every cultivation technique was flowing with a faint light. It looked like the stars in the sky as they revolved around Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, "Cultivation methods are currently divided into 4 major levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. Each major level is further divided into 3 grades, high, middle, and low. A superior grade Earth tier, cultivation technique. I believe that even martial kings would want it, but they also have a lack of it. However, I have plenty of Earth-level cultivation methods, so in this defensive battle, I will treat it as your test. If you perform well, I can personally reward you with Earth-level cultivation methods, and even guide you in your cultivation." Xiaoyang's words thoroughly caused a sensation among the disciples. First, Xiaoyang was actually King Wu level 2. This was simply the most powerful person in the Azure Dragon Star, because until now they had not seen a second King Wu level 2 existence. Although they had heard that the dynasty's Azure Dragon King was King Wu level 2, they had not seen it. Therefore, Xiaoyang had become their idol, their goal to surpass. Secondly, the fact that Xiaoyang had so many Earth-grade martial skills in his possession was simply unbelievable. There were even Earth-grade, upper-grade martial skills in his possession. Oh my God! When did Earth-level cultivation methods become as common as cabbages, with so many of them? Then why didn't they have any Earth-level cultivation methods? Most of them were only cultivating profound-level cultivation methods. These powerful and high-grade cultivation methods were exactly what they needed. They decided that they must perform well in this assessment and strive to get the cultivation method reward. One had to know that a good cultivation method could allow one's cultivation to progress by leaps and bounds. The third benefit was that Xiaoyang, a level 2 Wu Zun level expert, was actually so easy to talk to and was even willing to personally guide them in their cultivation. This simply made them feel flattered. One had to know that among those powerhouses, which one of them was not high and mighty, with a face full of arrogance and disdain for them at all? They liked Xiaoyang very much. Quiet. Xiaoyang pressed his hand, indicating the disciples to be quiet. Brothers, this King Wu will now use his supreme magical power to condense an inquiry jade slip. With the inquiry jade slip, any cultivation problems, alchemy problems, array problems, and so on can be recorded in the inquiry jade slip. I will answer your questions from time to time. Xiaoyang closed his eyes, began to form hand seals with both hands, and circulated his spiritual power, slowly condensing a brand new inquiry jade slip. One by one, inquiry jade slips formed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths of time, the sky was filled with inquiry jade slips. There were more than 10,000 of them. Xiaoyang slowly opened his eyes, and the light in his eyes flowed. With a wave of his hand, these tens of thousands of inquiry jade slips descended from the void, landing in front of each disciple. Xiaoyang said, Brothers, each of you has an inquiry jade slip. If you have any cultivation problems, remember to record them. I will find time to answer your questions, and you can also get the answer in the inquiry jade slip. The enthusiastic atmosphere of the Qingyun sect once again rose to a high level. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Thank you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. Senior Brother Xiaoyang is amazing. I love you, Senior Brother Xiaoyang. One by one, the disciples of the Qingyun sect turned into fanatics, shouting loudly and excitedly. They held the inquiry jade slip in their hands, unable to contain their joy. This was equivalent to an opportunity for a second-order king, Wu, to personally guide their cultivation. It was simply their honor. This inquiry jade slip included everyone, including Pang Qingyin, Old Man Qing Tong, Lin Shiyin, Xiaolinger, and the others, as well as the brothers of the Qing Tong sword sect. Xiaoyang's predecessor was the eternal poison sovereign, standing at the peak of the cultivation world. Now that he was reborn, he was more than qualified to guide these people. Well, this King Wu has finished speaking. Next, let the sect master guide you in defense. Xiaoyang slowly retreated, handing the control of the scene back to Qingyin. Pang Qingyin was very excited, looking at the tens of thousands of disciples, and said, My disciples, Xiaoyang is a person of virtue and prestige. Don't let him down. Qingyin was very excited, looking at the tens of thousands of disciples, and said, My disciples, Xiaoyang is a person of virtue and prestige. Don't let him down. Then, under the guidance of Pang Qingyin, the patrol, defense, logistics, and people responsible for maintaining the formation began to form. Chapter 1164. Everything was carried out in an orderly manner. After dealing with this, Pang Qingyin said, Xiaoyang, Qingtong, you've just arrived here. Go and rest first. If the enemy attacks, the sect will send out a warning bell. Okay. Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, and the others nodded and then went to the backyard. After all, they were exhausted all the way. They were either fighting or running for their lives. They hadn't had a good rest. Now, they urgently needed to rest. After Xiaoyang went to his room, he began to meditate and recuperate with his eyes closed. After an hour had passed, he was once again full of vigor and vitality. He checked the inquiry jade slip. At first glance, Xiaoyang was stunned. In just half a cup of tea's time, thousands of questions appeared in the inquiry jade slip. Among these questions, there were questions about cultivation, alchemy, refining, and so on. There were even female disciples who took the opportunity to use the inquiry jade slip to express their admiration for Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was rare that he had the time and energy now, so he might as well answer them one by one. Xiaoyang had a strong spiritual force and soul. After his spiritual force entered the inquiry jade slip, it instantly turned into thousands of copies. Each copy of spiritual force could independently answer the questions in the jade slip. For these simple questions, Xiaoyang answered them without any effort. As for the words of admiration of those female disciples, Xiaoyang wanted to laugh it off, but after thinking about it, he replied, "Cultivate well." It only took Xiaoyang half a cup of tea's time to answer these questions. Some of the questions were quite interesting. Xiaoyang also paid special attention to these questions. From these questions, he could see the cultivation realm of the questioners. 3 of the questions were actually raised by Pang Qingyan. These were cultivation questions of King Wu level. He didn't know what Pang Qingyan was thinking. When he was in front of Xiaoyang, he didn't ask for advice. Now that he had the inquiry jade slip, he directly asked on the jade slip. It was really interesting. Since the other party's temperament was like this, Xiaoyang answered on the jade slip. The other 2 questions were asked by old man Qing Tong, and Xiaoyang also answered them. After looking through all the questions, he didn't find any from Xiao Linger. This didn't surprise Xiaoyang, because Xiao Linger was too familiar with him. She would ask him directly if there was anything she didn't understand. As for Lin Shiyun, she didn't ask anything. After Xiaoyang answered all the questions in the inquiry jade slip, many disciples of the Qingyan sect who had a solid foundation instantly obtained the answers from the inquiry jade slip. That feeling of sudden enlightenment and enlightenment allowed them to break through their current cultivation in an instant. For a time, the entire Qingyan clan was experiencing a breakthrough in their cultivation. Many of the Qingyan sect's disciples were so excited that they even called their friends to show off their breakthroughs. However, when they found out that the friend they had invited had also made a breakthrough in his cultivation, they felt extremely awkward. They didn't expect to be pretentious. Of course, they all looked at each other and smiled, happy together. Xiaoyang, this senior brother, is too amazing. Without him, I would have needed at least 2 or 3 years to break through my current cultivation realm. Yes, this time it's all thanks to senior brother Xiaoyang. Senior brother Xiaoyang's inquiry jade slip is too amazing. Of course, it's because senior brother Xiaoyang is very capable. At least senior brother Xiaoyang knows more than us, and he is even broad-minded and willing to guide us. I've decided I will follow senior brother Xiaoyang's orders in the future. Look at what you said I will also follow. In the future, I will have to rely on senior brother Xiaoyang's guidance to improve my cultivation realm. They all laughed. In the past few days, the Qingyan sect was full of laughter and excitement. Whenever the name Xiaoyang was mentioned, they subconsciously admired him. In just 2 or 3 days, Xiaoyang seemed to have become the number 2 figure in the Qingyan sect. When Pang Qingyan knew about this situation, he sighed with emotion. Pang Qingyan came to Xiaoyang's room and found Xiaoyang. He said, "Xiaoyang, among all the geniuses I've ever met, you're the most capable, magnanimous, and awesome existence." Xiaoyang was able to guide the cultivation of all the disciples of the Qingyan sect at the same time. This ability and tolerance were enough to be admired. It should be known that not everyone could have this ability. At the very least, Pang Qingyan couldn't. Pang Qingyan was only proficient in one aspect, but not in other aspects. And Xiaoyang was almost omnipotent. No matter what the problem was, he could give you a very good answer. For some questions that were not uniform, he could even guide you to think. There were many capable people. For someone like Xiaoyang who had such ability and was willing to share it with others, Xiaoyang was definitely the first person in the world. No one could compare with Xiaoyang. There were many people of the older generation who treasured themselves and wished they could hide their own unique skills. If it weren't for other factors, Pang Qingyan would have wanted Xiaoyang to be the sect leader. Xiaoyang said, "Sect leader, you flatter me. I can only do what I should do." He answered calmly. For Xiaoyang, cultivation was the matter of all the people in the world, and not his own matter. Cultivation for all was the way of the king. He didn't mind giving advice to others. Pang Qingyan said, "I've seen your answer. It's very useful to me. I just need an opportunity to step into the second level of Kingwu." After thinking for a while, he said, "On behalf of the entire Qingyan sect, I would like to express my gratitude to you. You've helped many people, and they are very grateful to you." Xiaoyang nodded. He stood at the window of the room and looked at the sky outside. After a while, he said, "The firmament world is not a place where I want to stay. Sooner or later, I will leave. Therefore, sect leader, you urgently need to break through to the second level of Kingwu." Pang Qingyan's expression was complicated. Actually, he was quite reluctant to part with Xiaoyang. However, a man's ambition was to travel far. Therefore, he couldn't force Xiaoyang. He also knew what Xiaoyang meant. He was worried that the Azure Dragon King, Nangong Quanxue, and the others would come looking for trouble. So he needed to increase his cultivation. Currently, Xiaoyang was still here, so he wasn't in a hurry. However, Xiaoyang would leave sooner or later. This required Pang Qingyan to strive for a breakthrough during this period of time. The strongest person currently known was the Azure Dragon King of the dynasty, who had reached the second level of Kingwu. Therefore, if Pang Qingyan couldn't reach this level of cultivation, then Xiaoyang wouldn't be able to leave this place. Pang Qingyan sighed and said, "I will break through as soon as possible. Also, the Qingyan sect is also your home. You must remember this." He turned and left the room. Not long after, Lin Shiyun came to find Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Great-grandmother, after this matter is over, we will go find Xiaoman and return to the cloud realm of the flowing cloud world together." Lin Shiyun smiled and nodded. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Xiaoyang frowned and asked, "Great-grandmother, do you have any ideas?" Chapter 1165. The reason why he asked this was because he was worried that Lin Shiyun would be reluctant to leave. If this was the case, Xiaoyang's efforts would be in vain. Lin Shiyun was once the palace master of the Blue Flow Palace. Her cultivation was definitely not simple. In addition, she was at the same level as the old master Xiao. Back then, she chose to stay in the Cangming territory, let alone now. Lin Shiyun naturally knew what Xiaoyang meant. She smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, my Blue Flow Palace is already gone. There's no point in staying here. If I can return to the flowing cloud world and meet that dead man, I'll naturally be happy to see it. However, this way, you'll have to bear a lot of pressure." Now that they had fallen out with the dynasty, it was entirely because of Lin Shiyun. If Lin Shiyun took the initiative to bow to the dynasty, then the dynasty was very likely to retreat. After all, Xiaoyang was a second-order Kingwu, and Qingyan was also a Kingwu. In addition, the Qingyan clan was very powerful. The dynasty was not willing to go to war and lose soldiers. What's more, the dynasty was still fighting with the other two dynasties on the Cangming planet and invested countless resources every day. To be honest, if it were not for the dignity of the dynasty would not necessarily fight to the death with the Qingyan clan. After all, the Qingyan clan was also not to be underestimated. Xiao Linger was eavesdropping at the door. After knowing Lin Shiyun's attitude, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked in with a smile. "Great-grandmother, it's great that you are willing to go back with us. We were worried that you would give up halfway." Coming to the Tsangming territory to bring back Lin Shiyun was a task for Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger. It could also be considered as resolving the knot in the heart of the old master Xiao. Lin Shiyun smiled bitterly and said, "It's really hard on you children." Although Lin Shiyun looked like a young girl, in fact, she was hundreds of years old. Xiaoyang blinked and said with a smile, "I heard that the Blue Flow Palace used to be a branch of the Rising Sun City, is that right?" He asked Lin Shiyun personally. After all, before the Blue Flow Palace was destroyed, Lin Shiyun was the head of the Blue Flow Palace. Lin Shiyun froze for a moment. She didn't know why Xiaoyang would ask such a question. She replied, "Yes, the Rising Sun City sect is our main sect. It has many branches, but unfortunately, they have all been destroyed." Xiaolinger stuck out her tongue mischievously. She looked at Lin Shiyun with her watery eyes and said, "Great-grandmother, we were fortunate enough to obtain the inheritance of the never-setting sun sect. It was on the Bodhi Island of the Middle Cloud Realm in the Flowing Cloud Realm. I am temporarily cultivating the techniques of the never-setting sun sect, but I have not mastered them yet." Lin Shiyun was stunned. She couldn't believe it, and shock was written all over her face. Unexpectedly, these two younger generations actually got the inheritance of the Rising Sun City sect, and even got the cultivation method of the Rising Sun City. Back then, these branch sects had not been able to obtain this heaven-defying cultivation technique. After Lin Shiyun was shocked for a while, she said, "Then I really envy you. The Rising Sun City cultivation method is an unprecedented Peerless cultivation method. It is comparable to the Heavenly Book, but the Heavenly Book is difficult to find. The Heavenly Book is divided into many volumes." "You actually know about the Heavenly Book?" It was Xiaoyang's turn to be shocked. One must know that Xiaoyang was currently cultivating the Heavenly Book. The first volume of the Heavenly Tomes was the Heaven-Devouring Poison Supreme Technique. The second volume was the Heaven-Devouring Poison Tyrant Technique. The two Heavenly Tomes could be cultivated separately. Only by cultivating one of the Heavenly Tomes to perfection would one be able to ascend to the ranks of the top cultivators. Now, Xiaoyang was cultivating two Heavenly Tomes at the same time. This was something that no one had ever done before. Lin Shiyun was shocked again. She looked at Xiaoyang and said, "You also know about the Heavenly Book?" She thought that Xiaoyang and Xiaolinger had already obtained the cultivation method of the Rising Sun City, which was already very awesome. But she did not expect that Xiaoyang had even more awesome luck. Xiaoyang nodded without hiding anything. "I'm currently cultivating the first and second volumes of the Heavenly Writing, the Heaven-Devouring Poison Supreme Technique and the Heaven-Devouring Poison Tyrant Technique." Hiss! Lin Shiyun was incomparably shocked. She was completely stunned. His luck was simply off the charts. She did not know how many lucky sons of heaven could even find the shadow of the Heavenly Book. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, directly had two Heavenly Tomes. Awesome, awesome, too awesome. Xiaolinger did not know much about these famous ancient cultivation methods. She blinked her beautiful eyes and asked curiously, "Is the Heavenly Book very powerful?" "It sounds very powerful." Lin Shiyun looked at Lin Shiyun speechlessly and said, "Do you think Xiaoyang is powerful now?" He fought against the three great King Wu alone and still retreated. Xiaolinger suddenly opened her eyes wide and looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. She did not see it before, but it turned out that Xiaoyang was cultivating the Heavenly Book. Damn it! Xiaolinger almost burst out curses. "Husband, you can do it. You hid it from me. I don't care. I also want to cultivate the Heavenly Book." Xiaolinger immediately changed the way she addressed Xiaoyang. At that time, she also spoke in a half-true and half-false tone. Before she held the martial arts competition for marriage, Xiaoyang did not make a move, and she took the initiative to admit defeat, which was equivalent to Xiaoyang's people. At that time, she also did it for others to see, so it was not real. Therefore, when they were in public, she would call Xiaoyang husband. If they were in private, she would directly call him by his name. Now that Xiaoyang had cultivated the heavenly book, Xiaolinger had other thoughts. Of course, she was eager to further her relationship with Xiaoyang, so she called him husband very sweetly and happily. Xiaoyang was a little uncomfortable. Lin Shiyun smiled and said, "These two heavenly books are not suitable for you to cultivate. They are both poison cultivation methods. Besides, it is a little late for you to start cultivating now. It is better to cultivate the rising sun city. If you reach the Deshang realm, you can become the sun goddess." Sun goddess? Xiaoling muttered, and her eyes lit up once again. "Well, then I will cultivate the rising sun city." She felt that the name of the sun goddess was very pleasant to hear. Lin Shiyun explained, "The rising sun city is comparable to the heavenly book. After reaching the great perfection, you can transform into the sun, immortal and indestructible, shining for eternity." After thinking about it, she said with emotion, "So I envy you very much. Almost all the top cultivation methods in the world have been obtained by you." Xiaoling kept smiling blissfully. She felt really lucky. It was better to follow Xiaoyang. She got lucky. Xiaoyang said, "You are originally a member of the Rising Sun City. Now that I have passed on the Rising Sun City to you, it can be regarded as keeping the Rising Sun City's incense burning." "Yes, let me do it. The sovereign of the Rising Sun City once said to keep the Rising Sun City's incense burning." Xiaolinger was very excited. She was very happy to teach. Lin Shiyun was very happy and very happy. "Really? That's great." She did not refuse. In the past, she did not know how many people longed for this cultivation method, but they did not get it. She did not expect that many years later, she would get this cultivation method under such circumstances. It was really lamentable. Lin Shiyun said, "The Rising Sun City is the same as the Heavenly Book. They are famous ancient cultivation methods. The Rising Sun City was developed because of the Rising Sun City." Chapter 1166. Xiaolinger was very happy after hearing this. She really didn't expect that the cultivation method she got was so powerful. It was actually at the same level as the Heavenly Book. One must know that Xiaoyang was only cultivating the Heavenly Book. "Great-grandmother, I will teach you the Rising Sun City cultivation method," Xiaolinger said with a smile. Then she raised her hand and pointed at Lin Shiyun's eyebrows, and then transmitted the Rising Sun City cultivation method. This process of teaching was very simple and relaxed. It was equivalent to copying the cultivation method to the other party. In less than 10 breaths, Xiaolinger had finished teaching. After Lin Shiyun felt it, she was surprised and said, "It's really the Rising Sun City cultivation method." She used to be the palace master of the Sangyo Palace. As a branch of the Rising Sun City sect, of course, she knew this cultivation method, but she had never had the chance to practice it. Now that she got it, of course, she recognized it at first glance. Xiaoyang said, "When the sect master of the Rising Sun City sect passed down the cultivation method to us, he said that he wanted us to keep the inheritance going. So if we meet the right person in the future, we can continue to teach the cultivation method." Lin Shiyun said, "Although my Sangyo Palace has been destroyed, I have never forgotten my mission and my identity. As a member of the Rising Sun City sect, I will try my best to keep the orthodoxy of the Rising Sun City sect alive." Dong dong dong. At this time, the magnificent and loud bell of the Qing Yun sect came, and every disciple of the Qing Yun sect could hear it clearly. Lin Shiyun's face changed and said, "The enemy is coming." Xiaolinger and Xiaoyang, at this moment, their faces became serious in an instant. "Let's go and see." Near the mountain gate, they saw the imperial army and the people of the 9 major sects arranging the troops. They led hundreds of thousands of troops, most of which were cultivators. It could be seen that they were full of momentum, and their posture was very big. They were bound to take down the Qing Yun sect. Looking at the Qing Yun sect side, the tens of thousands of disciples had been assigned to their respective positions and were responsible for the matters at hand. There was not the slightest bit of panic. Everything was so orderly, as if they had rehearsed this thousands of times. Some were in charge of the operation of the formation. Some were in charge of controlling the sect's huge, offensive magic treasures. Some were in charge of fighting. Some were in charge of logistics, and so on. Xiaoyang heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them like this, because they might not necessarily lose this battle. At this time, Pang Qingyan also slowly flew over from the sky, standing at the same level as Xiaoyang. Many disciples of the Qing Yun sect shouted excitedly, "Greetings, sect master." "Greetings, senior brother Xiaoyang." Pang Qingyan roused the morale of the troops and said, "Good. All of you are very outstanding, very outstanding. This battle will depend on you." Xiaoyang said, "I am indebted to all of you. In this battle, I will advance and retreat with you. Fight, fight, fight." Everyone in the Qing Yun sect received a huge boost of confidence. All of them were filled with fighting spirit and excitement. During this period of time, most of them had stepped onto a new level in their cultivation realm and raised their cultivation realm. Although some of them did not manage to break through their cultivation realm, they had obtained the answers they wanted from the inquiry jade slips and made great progress. Therefore, they also wanted to show off their strongest battle strength and show off. After all, they had stepped into a new realm. If they did not show off, they would be letting themselves down. Even if they were already cultivators, they still had to show off. The Azure Dragon King, Nangong Quanxue, the 9 sect masters, and the others could not help but frown when they saw the state of the Qing Yun sect. The Qing Yun sect had long been united, and their wills were as strong as an impregnable fortress. In addition, the Qing Yun sect had huge defensive formations, huge defensive magic treasures, and huge offensive magic treasures. It would not be easy to take down the Qing Yun sect. Moreover, there was still Xiaoyang. He was a powerful existence at the second level of Kingwu. The Azure Dragon King, Nangong Quanxue, and the others all hesitated. If the Qing Yun sect did not have Xiaoyang, they could completely crush the Qing Yun sect with their many high-end forces. However, their purpose of coming here was to take care of Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyun, and the others. Therefore, it was impossible to exclude Xiaoyang. Since they had come and the army had been sent over, it was impossible to retreat now. The dynasty still cared about its reputation. "Nangong Quanxue?" asked the Azure Dragon King. The Azure Dragon King nodded. Then he walked up and challenged the Qing Yun sect. "Pang Qingyan, old man Qing Tong, you have secretly hidden criminals from the imperial court. Quickly hand them over, and the imperial court will let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, your crimes will be unforgivable, and you will definitely be attacked by the imperial court, regardless of the cost. I will give you 3 minutes to consider." Pang Qingyan sneered and said, "Mr. Nangong, do you think I do not know your intentions? You are just worried that the Qing Yun sect will grow stronger and threaten your rule. Everyone in the Qing Yun sect, listen to my orders. If any enemy invades the Qing Yun sect, kill without mercy. Kill without mercy. Kill without mercy." The Qing Yun sect cooperated very well. Their aura was shocking. Old man Qing Tong said, "Mr. Nangong, you destroyed the Blue Flow Palace back then and imprisoned the Blue Flow Palace master. You have to apologize for this. In addition, you have to retreat unconditionally. Otherwise, we will fight to the death with you." His attitude and expression were resolute. Back then, when the dynasty destroyed the Blue Flow Palace, as the senior brother, he did not help. Now that he had fallen out with the dynasty, he might as well go all the way. He had to protect Lin Shiyun with his life. The Azure Dragon King's gaze fell on old man Qing Tong. He immediately recognized him and knew that old man Qing Tong and Lin Shiyun were senior brother and junior sister. "Old man Qing Tong, I didn't kill you back then. I didn't expect you to be so insensible. Humph! The Azure Dragon King snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his expression was cold. Just as well. I'll deal with you all at once. He made up his mind. After saying that, a strong wave of energy swept out from his body and spread toward the Qing Yun sect. This was the power of King Wu's rank 2. He planned to use brute force to break the defense of the Qing Yun sect and then lead the many powerhouses to charge in. The Azure Dragon King now had the advantage of numbers and strength. He was not afraid of fighting the Qing Yun sect head-on. He was only worried that the people of the Qing Yun sect would just cower. Die, old man Qing Tong. After releasing this terrifying wave of energy, the Azure Dragon King immediately gave the order to attack. Nangong Quan Shui, Li Feiyu, and the other dynasty's cultivator armies launched their attacks one after another. Beams of terrifying light bombarded the Qing Yun sect. Stabilize the formation. The formation of the Qing Yun sect had been activated long ago. After Pang Qing Yun roared, he also activated his cultivation and channeled his spiritual energy into the defensive formation to block the enemy's attack. Xiaoyang used the power of King Wu's rank 2 physical body and manipulated many heaven-grade magic treasures to form a strong defensive light shield. Chapter 11, 67. Boom! Boom! A series of loud and powerful explosions reverberated in the air. When the light from the martial skills and magic treasures bombarded the defensive light barrier of the Qing Yun sect, they violently collided and set off a shocking sound. Every time a sound was heard, a terrifying shockwave would sweep across the area. The people from Dynasty didn't follow too closely. The defensive formation of the Qing Yun sect began to fluctuate as a result. Everyone knew very well that there was nothing they could do to each other. If they wanted to completely take down the Qing Yun sect, they would have to be prepared for a long battle, and they would have to pay a certain price and sacrifice. Although the dynasty had the Azure Dragon King holding the fort, the Qing Yun sect was not weak either. They had an expert like Xiaoyang holding the fort. Among them, Xiaoyang blocked many of the Azure Dragon King's attacks. This was the reason why the Qing Yun sect's array formation could remain undefeated for so long. After all, the damage of King Wu's second step couldn't be underestimated. If there wasn't an opponent of the same level to contend against, even if the Azure Dragon School had more defensive formations, they would still be finished. After attacking for a while, the Azure Dragon King saw that he was still unable to do anything to Qing Yun, so he stopped. He frowned with a serious expression. No one knew what he was thinking. Nangong Quan Shui and Li Feiyu also attacked for a while. Seeing that there was no improvement, they could only retreat. They reported to the Azure Dragon King. Azure Dragon King, our attacks are not effective in the short term. I'm afraid we will have to fight for a long time. This made them somewhat pessimistic. After all, they were experts of the dynasty. Logically speaking, they should be guarding the palace for a long time to ensure the safety of the king. But now, in order to deal with a few insignificant fellows, they actually gathered most of their forces here. This was a very unwise thing to do. After all, the 4 great dynasties of the Tsangmin territory were still at war. If the members of the other dynasties took advantage of this opportunity to sneak in, then the losses would outweigh the gains. Nangong Quan Shui sighed and said unwillingly, Azure Dragon King, we have to end this battle quickly. Otherwise, we can only retreat for now. After all, the battles on the dark underworld planet had never stopped. Hence, the battlefield on the dark underworld planet required more resources at all times. They couldn't afford to have internal strife for too long at this time, especially the Qing Yun sect and Xiaoyang, a second-stage King Wu Almighty. The Azure Dragon King was also a little annoyed. He didn't expect Lin Shiyun to know such a strong expert and have so many people protecting her. This was originally a trivial matter, but now that it had blown up, it was not easy to clean up the mess. After all, Xiaoyang had directly killed a King Wu from the dynasty. If the dynasty didn't do anything, where would they put their face? Sigh. The Azure Dragon King sighed. His heart was in a mess. Let the 9 sect masters take action as well. Their disciples are still in the hands of the Qingyun sect. I don't believe that they won't be anxious. The Azure Dragon King could only come up with this plan. If they were in the city, they might have had a way to keep Xiaoyang and the others. Unfortunately, they had missed the opportunity. It was too late to regret now. Li Fei responded and then went to negotiate with the 9 sect masters. After the 9 sect masters heard the order, they hesitated for a while and finally chose to obey. Although they represented the 9 great sects on the Azure Dragon Star, the sects' forces were lower than the dynasties. Unless they wanted to go against the dynasty, they had to listen to the dynasty's orders to a certain extent. For example, the actions of the Qingyun sect and the Qingtong sword sect were no different from rebellion. They didn't want to rebel with them. Chunqin, Qianbaiyu, and the others stood out and flew into the air in a row. They started to circulate their cultivation and use their origin energy, bombarding the defensive formation of the Qingyun sect. However, they couldn't do anything to the Qingyun sect. When Pang Qingyun saw his 9 good friends taking action, he had a complicated expression and his heart ached. Xiaoyang noticed Pang Qingyun's emotions and comforted him. Sect Master, don't be so sad. I have a way to prevent you from killing each other. Is that so? What method do you have? Tell me quickly. Pang Qingyun's eyes lit up and he looked at Xiaoyang excitedly. He was a person who valued friendship, so he swore to protect Xiaoyang and the others. Therefore, he didn't want to fight to the death with his 9 good friends. It was just that the 2 sides were in different positions now, so he felt very uncomfortable. If Xiaoyang had a way to solve this problem, it couldn't be better. Xiaoyang thought for a moment and said calmly, I've learned a divine ability called the Greater Teleportation Technique. I'll teleport them in one by one, then subdue them immediately and put them into the Linglong Pagoda. This way, we won't hurt them and won't have to kill each other. What? There's such an amazing divine ability. Good. 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 Quickly use your divine ability and teleport them in. Then, we'll try our best to subdue them so that I won't feel uncomfortable. Pang Qingyun hurriedly instructed. Xiaoyang responded and immediately used the Greater Teleportation Technique. The power of the Greater Teleportation spread out in an instant and acted on Qin, Qianbaiyu, and the others who were in midair. In the next moment, they were directly teleported into the Qingyun sect. Xiaoyang, Pang Qingyun, Old Man Qingtong, and the others didn't hesitate and immediately suppressed them. Chunqin, Qianbaiyu, and the others just appeared here and were stunned for a moment. Then they wanted to resist. There were the 9 sect masters, and each of them was a King Wu level powerhouse. When 9 King Wus joined forces, the power would definitely be destructive. However, before they could resist, Xiaoyang immediately released the majestic power of a rank 2 King Wu, completely suppressing them. Then, Pang Qingyun and Old Man Qingtong worked together and controlled the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to suck them in. Pang Qingyun said, Everyone, please come into the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to hide for a while. It's been hard on you. Chunqin, Qianbaiyu, and the others exchanged glances. In the end, they didn't resist and entered the Linglong Treasure Pagoda willingly. This was because they suddenly realized that perhaps this was the best solution. Even the dynasty couldn't punish them for their mistakes. As the 9 sect masters were sucked in, the remaining Li Feiyu, Nangong Quanxue, and the others immediately panicked. Nangong Quanxue immediately returned to the tent and reported to the Azure Dragon King. Azure Dragon King, things are not good. The 9 sect masters have been sucked in by them. What? The Azure Dragon King was shocked and in disbelief. Those were the 9 King Wu. Since when did this Qingyun sect have such terrifying strength? What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. The Azure Dragon King roared and stared at Nangong Quanxue sternly. Nangong Quanxue said, I don't know what kind of magic Xiaoyang cultivates that allows him to teleport. Back then, when we 3 King Wu besieged him, he relied on this magic to escape. Now he is using this magic to teleport the 9 sect masters to the Qinyin sect, and then sucked them in immediately. Chapter 1168. Nangong Quanxue said, Azure Dragon King, Xiaoyang is very strong and has strange abilities. We have to be prepared. Good move, really good move, the Azure Dragon King muttered to himself. The Azure Dragon King muttered to himself. Fury appeared on his face as a baleful aura was released from his body. Let's go. I'll go meet him personally. The Azure Dragon King made up his mind and executed his movement technique. With a flash, he was in the air. He stared at Xiaoyang in the Qinyin sect and said, Xiaoyang, you are really good. You actually managed to capture one of the 9 great sect masters. Xiaoyang laughed coldly and asked, Azure Dragon King, are you suspecting that the Qinyin sect is colluding with me? Let me tell you, Azure Dragon King, I'm more capable than you think. After Xiaoyang spoke, he quickly formed seals with both hands and used the greater teleportation technique again. In the next instant, Li Feiyu, who was beside the Azure Dragon King, couldn't help but let out a miserable shriek. Then his figure disappeared from the Azure Dragon King's side. When he reappeared, he was already in the Azure Dragon School. Ah, Azure Dragon King, save me. Li Feiyu, who appeared in the Qinyin sect, could not help but have a change in expression. His eyes were filled with fear as he cried for help. Right now, he was like a turtle in a jar. How could he be a match for Xiaoyang, Pang Qinyin, the old bronze man, and the others? One had to know that Xiaoyang was extremely strong. Back then, even the 3 great King Wu were not a match for Xiaoyang. Furthermore, Xiaoyang had already become stronger, breaking through to the 2nd rank of King Wu. Meanwhile, Li Feiyu was just one person. When Li Feiyu cried out, Xiaoyang, Pang Qinyin, Old Man Qing Tong, and the others immediately made their move. Similarly, they used the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to suppress Li Feiyu, unleashing the might of the Linglong Treasure Pagoda to the extreme. Instantly, Li Feiyu was sucked into the Linglong Treasure Pagoda. This scene fell into the eyes of the Azure Dragon King, Nangong Quanxue, and the others. They originally wanted to help, but it was too late. They simply couldn't break through the Qinyin sect's defensive array. Li Fei, Nangong Quanxue could not help but cry out anxiously, his face filled with reluctance. The 3 King Wu had known each other for over 100 years and were good friends. However, they all left one after another. Nangong Quanxue was truly heartbroken. The Azure Dragon King was also so angry that he clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Originally, they came here with a large number of people, wanting to find trouble with the Qinyin sect. Who knew that the Qinyin sect was like a tortoise shell, hard and indestructible. They were in a passive position. Now, they could only watch as Xiaoyang defeated them one by one, causing them to be in an even more passive state. In the blink of an eye, they had lost 90% of their top experts. How were they going to fight? Oh no, the Azure Dragon King glanced at the army he had brought. The morale of the army was already shaken. If they could not turn the situation around, their morale would definitely plummet and their morale would collapse. From the start, they had been in a passive position time and time again, feeling like they were going to lose. Nangong Quanxue also panicked. He said, Azure Dragon King, look at the soldiers. They are all frightened out of their wits. How about we withdraw for now? Nangong Quanxue was truly worried. If Xiaoyang executed a strange magic skill like the great teleportation art to deal with him, he would really be finished. Back then, he was the one who chased after Xiaoyang the most ferociously. Xiaoyang definitely would not let him off so easily. The Azure Dragon King felt frustrated, ignoring Nangong Quanxue. He stared at Xiaoyang and shouted, "Xiaoyang, do you dare to fight me?" Right now, the group battle could not take down the Qingyin sect in a short time, and stalling for time was not good for the Azure Dragon King. Hence, he could only use a one-on-one battle. The outcome of the battle would depend on the two rank 2 King Wu experts. Xiaoyang did not show any fear. He flew up and instantly left the Qingyin sect. His body hovered in the air as he faced off with Nangong Quanshui from a distance. Azure Dragon King, if I win, what can you give me? Xiaoyang's lips curled up as he asked calmly. Right now, he already held the initiative. The Azure Dragon King frowned heavily and said, "If you win, my entire dynasty will apologize for the destruction of the Blue Flow Palace back then and compensate you. Furthermore, we will let bygones be bygones as long as you do not offend us again. If you lose, then I'm sorry, but all of you will have to listen to my orders." The Azure Dragon King's tone left no room for doubt. "All right, I'll agree to it. You have to remember your promise." Xiaoyang agreed decisively. Pang Qingyin, Lin Shiyin, and Old Man Qingtong all looked at Xiaoyang worriedly. They wanted to advise Xiaoyang not to agree so easily, as this was too risky. In any case, they now held the absolute advantage. As long as this dragged on, the Azure Dragon King and the others would definitely lose. There was no need to take such a risk. However, seeing Xiaoyang's determined expression, they could only hesitate. "Let's fight," Xiaoyang said proudly. The Azure Dragon King did not hesitate. With a cold snort, he suddenly launched a powerful attack at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang relied on his strong physical body to exchange blows with the Azure Dragon King. He was not at a disadvantage at all. As the two of them fought for a longer and longer time, the Azure Dragon King started to feel exhausted. On the other hand, Xiaoyang became more and more courageous. They fought this battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Occasionally, they would condense a shocking martial technique light to launch attacks. The light was resplendent and the sound was earth-shaking. After 3 days, the victor was decided. The Azure Dragon King lost to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang cupped his fists and said, "Azure Dragon King, your skills are indeed extraordinary. I'm impressed." The Azure Dragon King snorted and said with a cold expression, "Now that I've lost, what's the point of saying all this? I'll fulfill my promise. Retreat." He roared and led Nangong Quanshui, the army of cultivators, and the army of mortals away. As for the 10 King Wu, who had been captured by Xiaoyang, he did not mention a single word. "We've won," Pang Qingyin shouted. As a result, the entire Blue Cloud sect also followed the cheers and shouts. Their expressions were excited and their hearts were surging. Pang Qingyin also released Qin Qin, Qian Baiyu, and the other sect masters. Following a few flashes of light, the 9 sect masters appeared in front of everyone. Pang Qingyin cupped his fists and said, "My 9 brothers have suffered. Here are 9 heaven-grade magic treasures. You can take them back." Qin Qin, Qin Baiyu, and the other sect masters wanted to flare up. But seeing Pang Qingyin being so tactful, they immediately took the heaven-grade magic treasures and said with a smile, "It's nothing. This is what we should do. Our 9 sects are like brothers and sisters. We should help each other." The 9 sect masters bid farewell to Pang Qingyin and Xiaoyang and left one after another. As for the Azure Dragon King and Nangong Quanshui's attitude, they also knew that the Qingyin sect had avoided a disaster. Pang Qingyin personally sent Qin Qin and the others off. After they left, Pang Qingyin returned to Xiaoyang and asked, "Xiaoyang, how should we deal with this Li Fei?" Li Fei was, after all, someone on the same level as King Wu, and one of the powerhouses of the dynasty. Chapter 1169. Once the tiger returned to the mountain, he was afraid that it would be disadvantageous to him. But if he didn't, it would deepen the rift between him and the dynasty. Xiaoyang said, "Let's trap him for a period of time. With a hostage in hand, we don't have to worry about the dynasty's people finding trouble. Also, after this matter is over, we will leave this place. During this period of time, you should cultivate and raise your cultivation level as soon as possible. Although the Azure Dragon King had promised to let bygones be bygones, it was hard to know what people were thinking. On the contrary, absolute strength was the foundation of security. Pang Qingyun frowned and sighed. Who doesn't want to take that step? It's just that it's too difficult. Xiaoyang comforted. Don't worry, I will personally guide you. Xiaoyang could easily do such a small thing. Pang Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then said gratefully, If that's the case, then many thanks. In the following period of time, Xiaoyang guided Pang Qingyun's cultivation and comprehension. While Pang Qingyun was comprehending and breaking through, Xiaoyang was still protecting him at the side. In less than a month, under Xiaoyang's careful guidance, Pang Qingyun finally broke through his current cultivation level and successfully reached the second stage of Qingwu. Ha ha! Pang Qingyun was extremely excited and couldn't help but laugh loudly. This laughter spread throughout the entire Qingyun sect. Having just broken through to the second stage of Qingwu, his aura was a little unstable, so he couldn't control his aura freely for the time being. When this aura swept through the Qingyun sect, all the disciples of the Qingyun sect also knew about Pang Qingyun's breakthrough. They were even more excited. Their sect master had actually broken through to the second stage of Qingwu. Didn't that mean that their sect could leap over the Dragon's Gate and become a top-ranked sect? The other 9 great sects would also have to bow their heads. As a member of the Qingyun sect, they felt proud and proud. Sect master is mighty. Senior brother Xiaoyang is mighty. They shouted spontaneously, feeling grateful from the bottom of their hearts. They all knew that the reason why Pang Qingyun was able to break through was all thanks to Xiaoyang. During this period of time, Xiaoyang had not only taught Pang Qingyun, but also taught them a lot. Many of them had also made breakthroughs during this period of time. Xiaoyang, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to step into this realm in my lifetime. Pang Qingyun sincerely expressed his gratitude to Xiaoyang and was willing to give up his position to Xiaoyang. Once Xiaoyang took over, the entire Qingyun clan would definitely support him. This was because Xiaoyang's reputation had almost surpassed the sect leaders. Xiaoyang refused and said, Sect leader, this is what I should do. But forget about the position of sect leader. I'm not interested in it. Now that you've reached the second stage of Qingwu, you should stabilize your cultivation first. I'll leave tomorrow. Xiaoyang proposed to leave. Pang Qingyun was originally very happy, but after hearing this, he couldn't be happy and looked reluctant. He couldn't bear to let Xiaoyang leave, but everyone's mission was different. He could only choose to support. All right. He reluctantly agreed. But you have to remember, the Qingyun sect is your home, and you are the future sect leader of the Qingyun sect. Pang Qingyun hoped that Xiaoyang would remember the sentence. Reporting to sect leader, Lin Qing requests an audience. A disciple of the Qingyun sect came to report. Lin Qing? Pang Qingyun couldn't help but frown. Back then, Lin Qing disobeyed his orders and betrayed Xiaoyang and the others, almost causing him and Xiaoyang to become enemies. This was a kind of rebellion, but Lin Qing's original purpose was good. He only thought of the sect, so Pang Qingyun didn't argue with him. Unexpectedly, Lin Qing actually returned to the sect. All right, then let's meet. Let him in. Pang Qingyun thought for a moment and instructed. Soon, the disciple who sent the message left. Lin Qing, the former heaven's pride of the Qingyun sect, went against the Qingyun sect because of his position. Now that the Qingyun sect had won, he came back shamelessly. No one knew what he was thinking. Pang Qingyun asked, Xiaoyang, how should we deal with this boy? He couldn't help but look at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and said, Sect leader, you can do as you see fit. Pang Qingyin sighed and said, "All right." Subsequently, Pang Qingyin went to the hall to receive Lin Qing. Disciple greets sect leader. After Lin Qing saw Pang Qingyin, he immediately bowed and paid his respects. Pang Qingyin said calmly, "Lin Qing, I won't fuss about your previous mistakes. At least you did it for the sect. All right, go do whatever you need to do." Lin Qing expressed his gratitude and left the place. However, when he wandered around the Qingyun sect, he suddenly felt the coldness of the other senior and junior brothers. Those senior and junior brothers had all accepted Xiaoyang's kindness. When the sect was in great calamity, it was also Xiaoyang who went through thick and thin with them. On the other hand, Lin Qing actually chose the dynasty side towards this kind of betrayal, even if the sect leader and Xiaoyang were magnanimous and willing to forgive him. These senior and junior brothers might not. Therefore, no one was willing to pay attention to Lin Qing, even if he was once the heaven's pride of the Qingyun sect. Lin Qing suddenly became disheartened and proposed to go down the mountain to travel. Pang Qingyin also agreed. As for Zhao Hutu, Li Baldi, Qin Haodong, and the others, they had long been released. They cultivated in the exquisite pagoda, and their cultivation had improved slightly. After thanking the Qingyun sect for not killing them, they quickly returned to their respective sections. In this way, the relationship between the 10 great sects became even closer. On this day, Pang Qingyin and Old Bronze came to send them off. Pang Qingyin said, "Xiaoyang, don't worry and go. With me around, nothing will happen to the Qingyun sect." After all, he had broken through to the King Wu stage 2 and had enough power to protect the Qingyun sect. Old man Qing Tong said, "Xiaoyang, don't worry. Our Qing Tong sword sect is already a branch of the Qingyun sect. We'll settle down in the Qingyun sect. Don't forget to come back and visit us when you have time. Junior sister, go ahead." Xiaoyang, Lin Shiyin, and Xiao Linger left. From the Azure Dragon planet to the Azure Underworld planet, the Azure Dragon King did not make things difficult for them. Instead, he gave them a pass and let them go. He also kept his promise and apologized to Lin Shiyin on behalf of the dynasty for destroying the Blue Flow sect back then. He also sent a declaration to the entire Azure Dragon planet and gave Lin Shiyin a large sum of compensation. As for the Azure Dragon sect and Qing Tong sword sect, he also let bygones be bygones. Li Feiyu was also released and returned to the dynasty. He did not mention anything about the Qingyun sect. Xiaoyang's group soon arrived at the firmament star. Xiao Linger said, "Xiaoyang, aren't you looking for Xiao Man?" Xiaoyang said yes. Lin Shiyin did not know the story of Xiaoyang and Xiao Man, so she asked Xiao Linger to tell her. After hearing it, she also supported Xiaoyang's search for Xiao Man. They settled down in the firmament star. When Lu Dayu of the Shark Pack found out that Xiaoyang had returned to the firmament star, he immediately came to the inn to visit Xiaoyang. Chapter 1170. Greetings, Senior and the two fairies. Lu Dayu came to the inn where Xiaoyang was staying and immediately bowed to Xiaoyang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shiyin. He was a member of the Shark Pack. Xiaoyang had helped the Shark Pack that day, which allowed the Shark Pack to survive and swallow the Iron Teeth Gang. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Lu Dayu, Qin Dayu, Qin Xiaoyu, and the others had always been thinking about Xiaoyang. It was a pity that Xiaoyang was far away from the dark underworld planet and had gone to the Azure Dragon planet. They couldn't thank him even if they wanted to. What was rare was that Xiaoyang had actually returned from the Azure Dragon planet and was staying at the inn that he used to stay at. When Lu Diyu, who was in charge of intelligence, found out about the situation, he immediately came to visit. Of course, he didn't forget to send this information to Chen Dayu, Qin Xiaoyu, and the others. "Lu Dayu, it's you? You're here." When Xiaoyang saw the person in front of him, he really didn't recognize him at first because he didn't pay attention to remember this kind of person. After taking a closer look, he remembered. Wasn't this the person who had led them here before? Thinking about it, Lu Diyu could be considered to have contributed. Therefore, Xiaoyang didn't want to embarrass him. That's right, Senior. I was the first to know that you've returned. That's why I couldn't wait to pay you a visit. If you have any requests, our Sharks Gang would be more than happy to help. After all, if it weren't for you back then, the Sharks Gang would have ceased to exist. Lu Diyu hurriedly expressed his attitude. This time, besides being grateful, he also wanted to curry favor with Xiaoyang. One had to know that Xiaoyang had displayed King Wu's cultivation realm back then, now that he had returned from the Azure Dragon planet. His cultivation aura seemed to have become even more vast. In addition, he had inquired about some information about the Azure Dragon Star, so he guessed that Xiaoyang should be a wanted criminal on the Azure Dragon Star. Of course, the crime of being a wanted criminal had already been cancelled and no longer counted. However, from this, it could be seen that Xiaoyang must have made another breakthrough in his cultivation. Otherwise, how could the people of the Azure Dragon Star compromise and let Xiaoyang go? In the Tsangmin territory and the 4 great dynasties, everything depended on strength. Such a top-notch almighty was exactly what the Sharks clan needed. Xiaoyang chuckled. To be honest, he really wanted the Shark Pack's help, because Shark Pack seemed to be very good at finding people. All right, Diyu, take a seat first. Let's have a meal together. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry to ask him to find the person. How can this be? This little one only needs to stand by and accompany you. He lowered his status and did not dare to eat at the same table as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang said, "All right, you can sit if I tell you to." Lu Diyu did not dare to refuse, but his heart was nervous and frightened, and he also felt very honored. Heavens, he was actually lucky enough to eat with a second-stage King Wu. If this news spread, he would be very proud. When he sat down, he sat very properly. When he ate, he also ate in small bites. He did not dare to eat freely, for fear of giving Xiaoyang a bad impression. Lin Shiyun noticed Lu Diyu's appearance and could not help but ask Xiaolinger, "Who is this person?" Xiaolinger explained in a low voice to Lin Shiyun. After hearing this, Lin Shiyun chuckled and said, "Diyu, there's no need to be so restrained. We're all on the same side. The person you helped to find before was me. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have met so soon." Lu Diyu glanced at Lin Shiyun, then immediately lowered his head, for fear of making her feel disrespectful. Even a powerful person like Xiaoyang wanted to find Lin Shiyun. It could be seen that Lin Shiyun's status was not low either. He hurriedly said, "Fairy, this is what I should do. You don't have to take it to heart." Lin Shiyun said, "I'll have to trouble you to find the person next." Lu Diyu hurriedly said, "This is my fortune. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. I'll do my best until I die." Then he immediately stood up and said respectfully, "Tell me, who are you looking for? I'll start eating immediately." He only wanted to help Xiaoyang complete the task as soon as possible. This was the only thing he could do to help Xiaoyang. At this moment, someone rushed in from outside the inn. "Lu Diyu, get out here. I'm looking for you." After searching for a while, he did not see Lu Diyu. A hall master of the Divine Fist sect could not help but ask his subordinate, "Did you really see clearly? Lu Diyu really came here?" That subordinate said, "Yes, Hall Master Qian. I guarantee that Lu Diyu really came here. I saw it with my own eyes." Lu Diyu, who was eating, immediately panicked. He did not expect the Divine Fist sect to find him. To talk about this grudge, it had to start with the Iron Tooth Gang. At the edge of the East District, the Iron Tooth Gang developed quickly and became arrogant because they had the Divine Fist sect behind them. The Divine Fist sect was not a nobody. They were one of the major powers in the East District. They also had a foothold in the central city. Shark Pack could not compare to them. Even if they swallowed the Iron Tooth Gang and strengthened their strength, they were still not on the same level as the Divine Fist sect. Ever since the Shark Pack swallowed the Iron Tooth Gang, The Divine Fist sect had their eyes on the Shark Pack. They would attack whenever they had the chance, causing the Shark Pack to lose a lot of manpower and resources during this period. Unexpectedly, Lu Deyu was also targeted by them. Lu Deyu was the head of the Shark Pack's intelligence. If he was killed by the Divine Fist sect, it would be like cutting off the Shark Pack's left and right arms. Senior, don't worry. Just give me the mission. I will give you a jade slip. You can use this jade slip to contact me. I will take my leave first. After Lu Deyu said this, he planned to sneak out of here. Although Xiaoyang was powerful enough to destroy the entire Divine Fist sect, he did not want Xiaoyang to get involved in this kind of trouble. He only wanted to help Xiaoyang. He did not want to implicate Xiaoyang. As he said this, Lu Deyu left from the side. Xiaoyang did not ask him to stay. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He admired Lu Deyu's character. Xiaoyang, do you want to help him? Xiao Linger frowned and asked. Lin Shiyun also looked at Xiaoyang curiously. She did not know what Xiaoyang was thinking. One had to know that they still needed Lu Deyu. At this time, they could not let anything happen to Lu Deyu. Xiaoyang drank his tea and ate leisurely. He said indifferently, no hurry. Let's eat first. The Divine Fist sect was still looking for him. A sharp-eyed member of the Divine Fist sect immediately saw Lu Deyu, who was trying to escape. He hurriedly shouted, Look, Hall Master Qian. He is over there. He is trying to escape. Hall Master Qian looked over and saw Lu Deyu, who was trying to jump out of the window. He was delighted, but his eyes were cruel. Then he muttered, Lu Deyu, let's see where you can run to this time. Chapter 1171. Hall Master Qian of the Divine Fist sect ordered majestically, Go after him. Then he immediately used his movement technique and chased after Lu Deyu. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lu Deyu. Lu Deyu, do you still want to leave? Qian Wujing sneered and stared at Lu Deyu with a playful look in his eyes. It was like a cat catching a mouse. His subordinates also surrounded Lu Deyu at the first moment. Qian Wujing, why is your Divine Fist sect so hard? Our Shark Pack annexed the Iron Tooth Gang because we had no choice. They want to destroy our Shark Pack. Do you think our Shark Pack should stretch out our necks for them to chop off? Lu Deyu roared angrily and stared at Qian Wujing unwillingly. During this period of time, many members of the Shark Pack were pursued by the Divine Fist sect. Qian Wujing was the main force in the pursuit. Lu Deyu didn't expect that he could lock onto Lu Deyu's movements in such a short time. Qian Wujing sneered, Lu Deyu, you know that I don't want to hear this. It doesn't matter who is right or wrong. The key is whose fist is harder. Our fist is harder, so you can only lie down. The Iron Tooth Gang is under our care. You annexed the Iron Tooth Gang without a word. That's not giving us face. Our Divine Fist sect's reputation will be affected. Hearing this, Lu Deyu was even angrier. He roared, Qian Wujing, your Divine Fist sect is despicable and greedy. How dare you talk about reputation? In order to keep the peace, we have already compensated you with countless resources and wealth. You keep saying that you will let bygones be bygones, but secretly you still want to kill us all. You are going back on your words, despicable. Qian Wujing laughed and looked at Lu Deyu's ferocious and helpless look. He said, Lu Deyu, it's like this. But after I kill you and destroy the Shark Pack, who will say that about us? They will only think that our Divine Fist sect can protect other small forces and will join us one after another. Shameless, shameless. Lu Deyu was so angry that he clenched his fists and trembled. He didn't give in. He thought that he had to keep himself useful so that he could help Xiaoyang find people in the future. He was indebted to Xiaoyang, so he couldn't let Xiaoyang down no matter what. Lu Deyu circulated his cultivation and released a tyrannical aura, intending to fight to the death. If it was before he met Xiaoyang, he wouldn't have been able to fight him with his cultivation. However, ever since he received Xiaoyang's guidance and cultivation method, he had made a major breakthrough in his cultivation. Although he still could not be compared with Qian Wujing, he should be able to protect himself. What? Lu Deyu, you're about to die and you still want to fight me? Qian Wujing crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking arrogant and disdainful. San, you guys go and take care of this guy. Qian Wujing was too lazy to make a move. His cultivation level was higher than Lu Deyu's. He directly named 2 of his trusted subordinates to fight. Yes, Hall Master. and San stood out, looking arrogant and disdainful. Lu Deyu, if you surrender yourself, we can give you a quick death. If you're stubborn, then I'm sorry, you'll die a horrible death. Shouted at Lu Deyu. San sneered and looked at Lu Deyu's unwillingness to give in. He shouted coldly, "Don't waste your breath, just fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked Lu Deyu with extreme speed. The people of the Divine Fist sect all cultivated a fist technique, which was not an ordinary fist technique. If they cultivated it to the extreme, they could become immortals, which was the King Wu realm. Of course, their cultivation levels were uneven. It was almost impossible for them to reach the King Wu realm in this lifetime. However, it was easy to deal with people like Lu Deyu who were at the 2nd or 3rd level of Wuzun. Lu Deyu gritted his teeth and immediately fought with and San. They were evenly matched. Qian Wujing was not in a hurry to make a move. He just sat at the table next to them, drinking while watching them fight. After drinking some wine, he did not forget to mock. "Lu Deyu, what era is it now? You still like to fight one-on-one. Of course, you're in a gang. Look, I haven't even made a move and you're about to fall. So, what do you have to fight with me?" Bang, bang, bang. The 3 of them fought faster and faster. Their spiritual power gradually became violent and raging. Qian Wujing's other subordinates also stepped back to avoid being accidentally injured. Looking at Lu Deyu's stubborn look, Qian Wujing could not bear it anymore. "Lu Deyu, I've been giving you chances, but you've been looking for death. Very well. Then I'll deal with you personally." San, back off. Qian Wujing shouted angrily. At this time, Lu Deyu was already injured and did not have much spiritual power left. And San were also exhausted. If they did not cooperate well, they would have been defeated. They began to admire each other. Qian Wujing said, "Lu Deyu, once I make a move, you won't have a chance to live. I'll give you 1 last minute to consider. Kneel down and kowtow to me." Lu Deyu looked in the direction of Xiaoyang unwillingly. Originally, he wanted to stay and help Xiaoyang. Now it seemed that he was going to die here. He felt very guilty. "I'm sorry, Senior. I'm going to follow Qin Xiaoyu," Lu Deyu muttered to himself. He was ready to fight to the death. Qin Xiaoyu was one of the earliest hall masters of Shark Pack. She was also the first person that Xiao Yang and Xiao Linger met when they first came to planet Songming. Later, Qin Xiaoyu and Chen Dayu submitted to Xiao Yang. Therefore, Xiao Yang did not care about Qin Xiaoyu. He did not expect that Chen Xiaoyu had died during this time. If he guessed correctly, she must have died in the hands of the Divine Fist sect. Xiao Yang could not help but sigh. He did not expect that after he left, Shark Pack would encounter such a change. Lu Deyu was not afraid of death. He immediately fought with Qian Wujing. He was 1 level lower than Qian Wujing. Plus, he had used up a lot of his spiritual power. He was no match for Qian Wujing at this moment. In less than 10 breaths, he was punched several times. He was severely injured and spat out blood. He was almost at his last breath. Qian Wujing carried him with 1 hand. He looked at him as if he was looking at a dead dog. "Lu Deyu, I'll send you to the netherworld to accompany Qin Xiaoyu. Don't worry, Qin Deyu will accompany you soon." Qian Wujing sneered. His expression was cruel. Then he suddenly attacked. He wanted to kill Lu Deyu. Lu Deyu closed his eyes bitterly. He knew that he was done for. If he died, so be it. He had lived in this world for hundreds of years. He had earned enough. He was very open-minded. However, it was a pity that he could not help Xiaoyang anymore. When he was 1 second away from being killed, Xiaoyang suddenly attacked. Qian Wujing, right? Why do you have to force me? Xiaoyang smiled faintly. Chapter 1172. With the appearance of Xiaoyang, no matter how hard Qian Wujing tried, he could not kill him. His palm was only an inch away from Lu Deyu's neck. Even if he did not want to admit defeat and used all his strength, the result was still the same. After trying for a while, he finally realized that the person who came was an expert. He was much stronger than him and could not be underestimated. He simply gave up and threw Lu Deyu aside. Qian Wujing looked at Xiaoyang calmly. He could not hide his arrogance and said, "Brother, who are you? Do you know who we are? In this territory, if you dare to interfere with the affairs of the Divine Fist sect, you will have to pay the price." He knew that he was no match for Xiaoyang, so he simply used the name of the Divine Fist sect to threaten Xiaoyang and intimidate Xiaoyang. However, Xiaoyang did not care about the Divine Fist sect at all. He did not even care about the 9 major sects and dynasties of the Azure Dragon planet, let alone the Divine Fist sect of the Tsangming planet. To him, the Divine Fist sect was Bulsh *T. He could destroy it with a flip of his hand. Xiaoyang said calmly, "Lu Deyu, I will protect him. You can leave now. I will not interfere with your affairs. I just think that he is still useful." Qian Wujing was instantly annoyed. He kept saying that he would not interfere, but the first thing he said was to protect Lu Deyu. If this was not interfering, then what was? Okay, you have guts. Do you dare to tell me your name? Qian Wujing shouted at Xiaoyang angrily. He could not defeat Xiaoyang, so he decided to go back and ask for help. He must teach Xiaoyang a lesson. Xiaoyang said calmly. He did not intend to hide anything. He did things openly on the Azure Dragon planet, let alone here. The Tsangming planet was much more chaotic than the Azure Dragon planet. It was a lawless place. The main battlefield of the 4 dynasties was here. Heroes were born in troubled times. However, the heroes had to be strong, like Xiaoyang. Okay, you have guts. Let's go. Qian Wujing threatened and left with Air, San and the rest. Stop, did I say you could leave? After Qian Wujing had taken a few steps, Xiaoyang coldly said. As his words fell, a terrifying aura instantly locked onto Qian Wujing and the others, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to move. At that moment, it was as if a single thought from Xiaoyang was enough to annihilate them. Their hearts were pounding and their blood almost flowed in reverse. They kept swallowing their saliva and looked nervous. Heavens, what kind of monster was this? How could it be so powerful? I actually provoked such an old monster. I'm done for. Qian Wujing wailed in his heart. I don't know if this senior has any instructions. If it's something I can do, I will definitely do it for you. Qian Wujing knew that Xiaoyang was a lofty existence, so he didn't dare to put on airs and quickly lowered his posture. It couldn't be helped. If he didn't lower himself, he probably wouldn't even be able to walk out of here. He didn't dare to take the risk. It was useful to keep his life. He hadn't enjoyed his life enough. Xiaoyang didn't find it funny and said, "You were quite impressive just now. Why aren't you arrogant now? Why don't you show me how arrogant you are?" He waved his hand and Qian Wujing and the others were instantly teleported to Xiaoyang. Hiss! Seeing how powerful Xiaoyang was, they were greatly shocked again. As senior, this is all a misunderstanding. When Qian Wujing spoke, his voice was trembling and his lips were trembling. Now he just wanted to resolve Xiaoyang's misunderstanding and anger as much as possible. At least, even their sect leader couldn't do what he did just now. This was definitely a master among masters. They couldn't afford to offend him. Qian Wujing said, "It's all my fault. Everything is my fault. As long as Senior needs it, our Divine Fist sect is willing to follow Senior's lead. As for the matter of the Shark sect, let's forget about it." Xiaoyang looked at Lu Deyu and asked, "Deyu, they're asking for peace. What do you think?" According to Xiaoyang's original intention, He wanted to raise Lu Deyu's cultivation level and then give him an Earth-level high-grade treasure to kill Qian Wujing. However, after thinking about it carefully, this was their business after all. He didn't want to interfere too much and just wanted to see what they had to say. Lu Deyu said, "Let's make peace then. I hope your Divine Fist sect will keep your word." How could he not lower his head when he was under someone else's roof? As long as the Divine Fist sect didn't find trouble with the Shark Pack, it would be a great victory. There was no way they would continue to provoke the Divine Fist sect. "Brother Lu, don't worry. Our Divine Fist sect will definitely do what we say. Can we leave now?" Qian Wujing just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He didn't want to be suppressed and threatened by Xiaoyang. If he accidentally provoked him, he wouldn't be able to leave this inn. Lu Deyu sighed and said, "All right, you guys can leave." Qian Wujing and the others immediately left with their men. After walking out of the door, Qian Wujing said, "Go, go, go! Quickly, go back and report this matter to the sect master. The Shark Pack has sent strong reinforcements." He was just being threatened and agreed verbally. However, he might not have agreed in his heart. "Senior, thank you for saving my life and resolving the conflict between the two sections. Dayu is very grateful." Lu Dayu knelt on the ground with a thud and bowed to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang waved his hand and asked him to get up. He said, "I helped you with a purpose. All right, use your power now and help me find someone." Lu Dayu said firmly, "Senior, please tell me who you are looking for. If I can't find that person, I will never come back." In his mind, the person Xiaoyang was looking for was probably somewhere very far away. He was already prepared to go far away. Xiaoyang said, "I'm looking for Xiaoman. She has a younger sister, Xiaodai. As for what they call each other in the blue underworld realm, I don't know." After hearing this, Lu Deyu was stunned for a moment and then looked at Xiaoyang in shock. Xiaoyang noticed the change in his mood and asked, "You have news of them?" Lu Deyu said in shock, "These two are the princesses of planet Suzuki. They are high and mighty. Normal people can forget about meeting them in their entire lives. I didn't expect Senior to know them. Thinking about it, Senior has great power, so it's not surprising that you know them. They are the princesses of planet Suzuki?" Xiaoyang was also stunned for a moment. When Xiaoman was Xiaoyang's maid, she was very obedient and cute. Later on, when Xiaodai appeared, he only knew that Xiaodai was from the blue underworld realm and might have some power. However, he didn't expect her power to be so great. She was actually the lord of a planet and occupied planet Suzuki. She was in the upper echelons of the planet. Xiaoyang began to worry again. If Xiaoman was the princess of a dynasty and the lord of planet Suzuki, would she still leave with him? Chapter 1173. Lu Diyu said, "Senior, when we first settled down here, second princess, Xiao Dai sent someone to follow us. That person's name is Xiao Bu Er." Xiao Linger was enlightened. No wonder. She also met Xiao Bu Er at that time and let him go. She didn't expect him to be Xiao Dai's trusted subordinate. If they had met at that time, it would have saved her a lot of trouble. Xiaoyang asked, "Is Xiao Dai still in the central city?" Lu Deyu said, "Xiao Dai should have returned to planet Suzuki. I heard that the White Tiger dynasty wants to marry them." Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. If the White Tiger dynasty wanted to marry someone from planet Suzuki, wouldn't that ruin Xiaoman and Xiao Dai? Xiaoyang definitely wouldn't allow that to happen. Xiaoyang said, "We plan to go to planet Suzaku to take a look. Dayu, do you want to come with us?" After all, it was not safe for Lu Diyu to stay here. He could be threatened by the Divine Fist sect at any time. Although the Divine Fist sect's Hall Master Qian Wujing said that he would let bygones be bygones, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't go back on his words. Lu Deyu naturally knew that Xiaoyang had good intentions. He said, "Senior, I won't be going. I still have to look after the Shark Pack and provide information to the Shark Pack. I will live and die with the Shark Pack. You guys can go. I wish you all a safe trip." Then, he took out a map and handed it to Xiaoyang. The location of the palace on planet Suzaku was marked on the map. Xiaoyang said, "All right, before we go to planet Suzaku, I will go with you to the Divine Fist Sect's headquarters. You lead the way." The Shark Pack and Xiaoyang could be considered to be fated. Xiaoyang also didn't want to watch the Shark Pack be destroyed by the Divine Fist Sect. Lu Deyu was startled after hearing this. Looking at Xiaoyang's posture, he was planning to challenge the entire Divine Fist Sect by himself. He was a little worried and hurriedly explained, "Senior, the Divine Fist Sect is not simple. The sect master is Wu Zun, a powerful existence of the 9th rank, and there are many Wu Zun, 7th and 8th rank existences under him. They cannot be underestimated. If you go alone, you will be at a disadvantage. How about this? You wait for a while. I will contact the sect master and ask him to lead a wave of reinforcements." Actually, it didn't matter if there was support or not. Against a mere Divine Fist Sect, Xiaoyang could do it with just a flick of his finger. But looking at Lu Deyu's worried and nervous look, he might as well let him be. Anyway, he already knew Lil Man's whereabouts. It wouldn't be too late to go there later. The group stayed the night here. At night, Lu Deyu stood guard at the door. He was worried that the people from the Divine Fist Sect would take advantage of the night to sneak and attack. Fortunately, the Godly Fist Sect did not do such a thing until midnight. Lu Deyu muttered to himself, "Maybe the Divine Fist Sect will keep their promise and let bygones be bygones with the Shark Pack." This made him heave a sigh of relief. In fact, this ending was not bad. However, not long after he muttered to himself, he immediately sensed a strong wave of energy coming from the front. He felt that the energy was very familiar. It was Qian Wujing's energy. Lu Deyu could not help but frown. It seemed that the people from the Divine Fist Sect had finally gone back on their word. Their character was not trustworthy. Not long after, Qian Wujing led a large group of people to surround the inn. He walked in front of Lu Deyu and snorted. He said proudly, "Lu Deyu, you have guts. You actually found help. But do you think I won't find help?" The people he brought were all elites from the Divine Fist Sect. Other than the sect leader who did not appear, he brought everyone he could. These were all experts. In the central city, they were considered top-notch experts. He believed that with the help of these elites, they would definitely be able to take down Xiaoyang. "Lu Deyu, why don't you ask your helpers to come out? Otherwise, no one can save you." Qian Wujing threatened Lu Deyu. He could attack Lu Deyu at any time. Lu Deyu snorted, "If you want to fight, let's fight. Cut the crap." He did not want to trouble Xiaoyang. He could not disturb Xiaoyang for everything. He planned to hold on until dawn. Then, Xiaoyang and the rest could have a good night's sleep. "Well, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll deal with Xiaoyang later," Qian Wujing said fiercely. He knew Xiaoyang's name because Xiaoyang had told him who he was. Therefore, Lu Deyu instantly engaged in a fierce battle with him. After fighting for a while, Qian Wujing said in shock, "Lu Deyu, you've broken through in your cultivation." He could not believe it. When they fought today, Lu Deyu's cultivation was one level lower than his. He was not Qian Wujing's opponent at all. However, judging from the situation just now, Lu Deyu's combat strength was on par with his. This meant that Lu Deyu had broken through in a short period of time. Terrifying. It was really terrifying. Qian Wujing could not help but gasp. He was still thinking that it must be Xiaoyang's doing. Was it necessary to go back on his words and offend Xiaoyang? He regretted it a little. Lu Deyu's aura suddenly surged. He shouted, "Qian Wujing, you're a despicable man who goes back on his words. You didn't expect it, did you? Senior has helped me improve my cultivation. I'm not weaker than you. I knew that a despicable man like you would not keep your promise. That's why I waited here. Come on, I'll show you how powerful I am." Lu Deyu's fighting spirit was high. He was full of confidence and went forward. He immediately attacked Qian Wujing. Qian Wujing was forced to retreat. In the end, he was sent flying by Lu Deyu's palm. Lu Deyu laughed. He had vented all the anger he had suffered in the past few days and today. Qian Wujing, you're just SOO. You're always acting high and mighty. Why are you acting tough? You can't even beat me. I really look down on you. Lu Deyu sneered. You're courting death. Qian Wujing roared angrily. He had been humiliated in front of so many disciples of the Divine Fist sect. He had to get back at him. Therefore, he fought Lu Deyu with all his might. The two of them kept fighting. Qian Wujing was suppressed by Lu Deyu and felt aggrieved. In the blink of an eye, the sun came out. They just realized that they had been fighting for half the night. Time passed quickly. Lu Deyu laughed and said, Qian Wujing, I went easy on you just now. I won't go easy on you now. Then he used all his strength again and defeated Qian Wujing instantly. That was Lu Deyu's true strength. He did not use all his strength before because he wanted to delay Qian Wujing. Now that the sun was up, there was no need to delay. Senior Xiaoyang should have woken up by now. Faction leader Qindeyu and the others should have arrived. Very well, Lu Deyu. How dare you plot against me? I'll make you die a horrible death. Qian Wujing bared his teeth. His face was ferocious and he roared fiercely. Everyone attacked together. Even if Lu Deyu has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be able to leave this place alive. Qian Wujing roared. Chapter 1174. Qian Wujing, do you think Shark Pack doesn't have anyone? An angry roar came from afar. It was Shark Pack's leader, Qindeyu, who had rushed over with many of his gang members. Qian Wujing was currently mobilizing all his men to kill Lu Deyu. After hearing Qindeyu's voice, he was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed without any fear. He said proudly, Qindeyu just in time, since you're all here, I'll kill you all in one go and save myself the trouble of looking for you one by one. Qian Wujing really didn't expect that Shark Pack's gang members would all appear here. This was simply the best news. If Shark Pack was hiding, their Divine Fist sect would have to spend some effort to find them. Now, it was simply a great convenience for them. Everyone is here. That person is Shark Pack's leader, Qindeyu. If we kill him, we'll get the first merit. You all know the reward of Divine Fist sect. Kill. After Qian Wujing shouted, he immediately gave up on attacking Lu Deyu and directly rushed towards Qindeyu. At the same time, the other people brought by Qian Wujing also gave up on attacking Lu Deyu and rushed towards Qindeyu. Lu Deyu shouted, I'm here. Who dares to hurt my leader? He fiercely fought and blocked many people. Qindeyu, Zhu Xingxing, Su Yan, Su Jun, and the others also rushed forward. The two groups of people fought in a chaotic battle. The two sides were not on the same level at all. Therefore, after fighting for half a cup of tea's time, the situation immediately became clear. Shark Pack was just a small force in the border area. Divine Fist sect was a big force. Even in the central city, they had a foothold. The size of the two sides couldn't be compared at all, whether it was in terms of economy, strength, or manpower. Haha, Qindeyu, Lu Deyu, you all just wait to be destroyed. Qian Wujing was extremely excited because most of the enemies had already been beaten to the ground, and they had the upper hand. As long as they continued, they would definitely be able to wipe out Shark Pack and the others. Brothers, follow me and kill them. We'll be rewarded for killing them. Qian Wujing was in high spirits. His killing intent was awe-inspiring, and his battle intent was ferocious. Once again, he clashed with Qindeyu, Lu Deyu, and the others. Qindeyu, Lu Deyu, and the others were forced to retreat one after another. In the end, they retreated into the inn. Deyu, you said that senior is also here? Qindeyu had already met up with Lu Deyu. He immediately asked Lu Deyu excitedly if it was because of this piece of news. Qindeyu would definitely not have let everyone here. After all, it was too risky. If they were not careful, they could be wiped out by the Divine Fist sect. Lu Deyu affirmed, Yes, sect master. Senior is inside the inn. All right, all right, all right. We'll hold them off and force them to retreat. We must not disturb Senior. Danwu was very excited. He didn't expect to meet Xiaoyang again. However, he didn't want to trouble Xiaoyang with everything, so he decided to do what he could first. Danwu said, all right. Then he took the lead and charged at Qian Wujing and the others again. Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun also slowly came out of the inn. They saw Danwu and the others fighting. Seeing that Danwu was about to be defeated due to exhaustion, Xiaoyang released the primordial divine dragon. Divine dragon, go and help them. I think you're bored. Xiaoyang instructed. The primordial divine dragon roared, turned into a golden light, and instantly flew out. With a sweep, it immediately forced Qian Wujing and the others to retreat. Then, it quickly returned to Xiaoyang's shoulder. It didn't bother to attack those ant-like cultivators. After all, the primordial divine dragon's power was comparable to that of King Wu. When he was on the Azure Dragon planet, Xiaoyang had been hiding it and didn't take it out because he wanted to use the primordial divine dragon as a trump card to be used when necessary. However, now that Xiaoyang had advanced to the second level of King Wu, there was naturally no need to do so. It was good to show some of his strength so that the Divine Fist sect could see the difference in strength between the two sides. After Qian Wujing and the others were defeated, Danwu, Danwu, and the others were also rescued. Go, 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 quickly retreat. Qian Wujing knew that Xiaoyang had made a move and hurriedly led the others to leave. Previously, he thought that he could take care of Xiaoyang as long as he had more people. Now, it seemed that he had thought too much. This matter had to be dealt with by the sect leader. After Danwu, Danwu, Su Jun, and the others were rescued, they also heaved a sigh of relief. They came forward to pay their respects to Xiaoyang. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for saving us. They were very respectful and didn't show any signs of neglect. One had to know that it was Xiaoyang who had helped them back then. Otherwise, they would have been destroyed long ago. Now it was Xiaoyang who had helped them. It could be said that Xiaoyang had done them a great favor. They had always been respectful and grateful to their benefactors. Not to mention that Xiaoyang was even willing to stand up for them and look for trouble with the Divine Fist sect. Danwu had already mentioned this matter on the Jade Slip. Danwu, you are all here. All right, let's go to the Divine Fist sect to take a look. Xiaoyang said calmly. Originally, Xiaoyang wanted to go to the Suzaku planet directly to look for Xiaoman. However, Danwu had provided information about Xiaoman and Xiaolian. Therefore, Xiaoyang was willing to help them get rid of the Divine Fist sect in return. Everything is here. Come with me to the Godly Fist sect. It's time to settle the old scores. Danwu's confidence instantly soared. He had a well-thought-out plan. During this period of time, a few of his hall masters had fallen. Now, only Danwu, the head of intelligence, was left. If it wasn't for the fact that Danwu was in time, he would have been killed. Understood. Su Jun, Su Yan, and the rest regrouped and set off again. Danwu also hurriedly adjusted his breathing for a while before following behind. Xiaoyang walked to the front and stopped. Everyone looked at him in confusion. Xiaoyang said that where is the Divine Fist sect? Who knows? Quickly lead the way. Danwu, the head of intelligence, immediately jumped out and said, Senior, I know. I will lead the way. Thus, he walked at the front and led the way. Divine Fist sect. After Qian Wujing and the rest returned here in a sorry state, they immediately rushed to find the sect leader of the Divine Fist sect. In the main hall, Qian Wujing's expression was serious as he reported in a panic. Sect leader, this is bad. Shark Pack has found reinforcements and is coming to our Divine Fist sect. What? Shark Pack has the guts to do that? Impudent. The domineering Iron God, Fist, couldn't believe it. He, who is not angry, used a dignified gaze to sweep across everyone present. Qian Wujing said, Sect leader, Danwu said that he wanted to make peace with them. Why don't we make peace with them? He was persuading. He had already reported to Iron God Fist about the matter of making peace yesterday. However, Iron God Fist was very disdainful of Shark Pack. He wasn't satisfied with Shark Pack's words at all, which led to this. Chapter 1175. Hearing Qian Wujing's suggestion, Iron God Fist roared, "Shut up! Are you guys scared out of your wits? Don't you have me here? Shark Pack is just a small force. They can't even fill the gaps between my teeth. Why should we be afraid of them? During this period of time, who knows how many Shark Pack members have died in our hands? The Shark Pack didn't even let out a fart. They are just reinforcements. What's there to be afraid of?" Iron God Fist boasted shamelessly and was in high spirits. "Yes, all of you. Go over and take care of the sharks." Iron God Fist gave the order and led the group out of the hall. When they walked out of the hall, they saw Chindayu, Ludayu, and the rest. "Chindayu, Ludayu, I was just thinking about you guys. I didn't expect you guys to come to me." "Very well. I will take care of you guys today. It will save me the effort to find you one by one." Iron God Fist was stunned when he saw these people. Then he immediately threatened them. The Iron God Fist sect had been chasing after Shark Pack members. Logically speaking, the Shark Pack should be running away. Why would they come to them voluntarily? Therefore, Iron God Fist was stunned for a moment. However, this was also good. It could save them a lot of effort. "Iron God Fist, you guys are pushing us too far. If you want compensation, we will give you an apology. You once said that you would let us go in front of so many forces. In the end, you are chasing after us every day. Let me tell you, even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered." Chindayu reprimanded Iron God Fist loudly. "Then why are you still talking nonsense? Let's just do it. Whoever has the bigger fist is the one who is right." Iron God Fist roared. He was too lazy to be long-winded. He directly channeled his cultivation and rushed out. His target was Chindayu. In his opinion, Chindayu was the leader of Shark Pack. If even the leader was taken care of, the rest of the members would be at his mercy. Chindayu was not afraid of him at all. He also bravely charged forward. Even if his cultivation was not as good as the Iron God Fist, he still dared to fight to the death. Lu Diu, Su Jun, Su Yan, and the others also used their martial skills to attack. "Haha, you weaklings want to touch me?" The Iron God Fist laughed out loud, his face filled with pride. Originally, Qian Wujing and the others also wanted to help, but they were stopped by Iron Fist. Iron God Fist said, "Just watch. I alone am enough to deal with these small fries. I'll show you how powerful I am." He fought alone against Chindayu, Ludayu, and the others. There was a defensive light barrier around his body, and no one could break through his defense. On the other hand, when others were attacked by him, they either died or were injured. In less than 10 breaths of time, several members of the Shark Pack were seriously injured. Xiaoyang said, "All of you back off. You are no match for this person. Let me deal with him." Chindayu, Ludayu, and the others stepped back. They were aware of their own strength. If they could win against the Iron God Fist, they would have fought long ago. Why would they wait until now? The Iron God Fist raised his eyes, looking at Xiaoyang with disdain, and said, "Little brat, you are the helper they invited?" Xiaoyang calmly said, "Correct." "Then let's see what kind of ability you have to be his helper. Humph, take this." The Iron God Fist roared and immediately attacked Xiaoyang. The fist technique he used was full of vigor, and even the void seemed to be torn apart. Xiaoyang stood where he was and did not move an inch. He waited for the opponent to conjure a few fist shadows to attack him. Only then did Xiaoyang gently raise his hand and fiercely press it down. Under his pressure, the shadow that was attacking him collapsed instantly. The Iron God Fist's body seemed to have been crushed by a great force. With a plop, it directly fell to the ground. The ground trembled and dust rose. Many people who saw this scene were frightened. In their minds, the Iron God Fist was already strong enough. However, he was still easily crushed. It was obvious how strong Xiaoyang was. The two sides were not even on the same level. Wah! Puff! After being heavily injured, the Iron God Fist could not help but vomit blood. He stood up from the ground, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of fear and dread. Who are you? Why are you helping the Shark Pack? If you join our Divine Fist sect, I will give you 10 times the treatment. The Iron God Fist knew how strong Xiaoyang was, and did not dare to underestimate him. He quickly changed his strategy, hoping to bribe Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled, shook his head, and said, I am Xiaoyang. I am fated to meet them, that's all. The Iron God Fist said, Since Senior is fated to meet them, I can guarantee that we will let bygones be bygones regarding the Shark Pack. We will not interfere with each other in the future. How about it? He flinched and compromised. This was something that could not be helped. After all, Xiaoyang's fist was hard. Xiaoyang smirked and said, I asked you to talk yesterday, and you said you would make peace. In the end, you came looking for trouble early in the morning. You went back on your words and did not keep your promises. How can I trust you? The Iron God Fist's expression changed. Qian Wujing had also reported this matter to him, but he acted on his own initiative and refused to give up. He insisted on fighting. Now that things had come to this point, he only had himself to blame. How could he still have the face to make peace? Even if he did, they would not believe him. He had shot himself in the foot. The Iron God Fist could not help but feel frustrated. Senior, what happened before was a misunderstanding. Please believe me, the Iron God Fist hurriedly explained. Xiaoyang looked at Qin Dayu and said calmly, It's better for you to talk about this matter. Dayu, your Shark Pack. People helped me find the information I needed. So, I will help you again. You don't have to feel burdened. The decision is up to you. Xiaoyang said. Qin Dayu hurriedly expressed his gratitude and looked at Lu Dayu with relief. He knew that this was all thanks to Lu Dayu. Sect Leader Qin, regarding the previous matter, our Divine Fist sect would like to apologize. We are willing to turn hostility into friendship. What do you think? The Iron God Fist hurriedly lowered his head, not daring to shout in front of Qin Dayu. In the past, Qin Dayu would not even enter his eyes. But it was different now because he had Xiaoyang's support. Qin Dayu said, Iron God Fist, you can't even believe your words. So, you should hand over the soul blood. This is the best ending. Otherwise, the Divine Fist sect will be bathed in blood. It will be a life and death struggle. At this moment, Qin Dayu turned into a cold and decisive god of death, giving people the feeling that he was crazy at all costs. The Iron God Fist's expression changed. He originally thought that it would be enough to make peace with the Shark Pack. He did not expect Qin Dayu to raise such a condition. Chapter 1176. Of course, he also understood Qin Dayu's intentions. If he was Qin Dayu, he would definitely make the same request. As long as he had the soul blood of Iron God Fist, it was equivalent to having the Divine Fist sect in his hands. This way, he would not have to fall out with the Divine Fist sect, nor would he have to fight to the death for a long time. On one hand, he could completely protect the Shark Pack, and on the other hand, he could completely gain the support of the Divine Fist sect. It was killing two birds with one stone. On the other hand, the Iron God Fist felt uncomfortable. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was also the leader of the Divine Fist sect. There were countless forces that relied on him. For a small force like the Shark Pack, he could easily call out dozens of them. It was a pity that the Shark Pack knew a fierce person like Xiaoyang. Now he had completely fallen into the hands of the Shark Pack. He was already used to being free. How could he bear to be controlled by others? Wouldn't it be better for him to enjoy the feeling of monopolizing power? However, it seemed that he had no other choice. The Iron God Fist revealed a flattering smile and said awkwardly, Sect Leader Qin, is there no better way? For example, the Divine Fist sect can compensate for all your losses, or even double the compensation. We are also willing to give you some territory and sign an agreement that the Divine Fist sect will protect you. This condition was also very tempting. It was not easy to do this. However, Chundayu did not agree. Chundayu said, "Other than the power you control, you can't trust anything else. Iron God Fist sect leader, even if I have your soul blood, as long as you don't find trouble with the Shark Pack, I will not find trouble with you. So you can rest assured." Since he had already said this, it seemed that there was no need to continue the discussion. "Then I will hand over the soul blood. Sect leader Chin, you have to keep your word." The Iron God Fist clenched his teeth and made the decision. His expression was one of reluctance and reluctance. This was not something he was willing to do. The control was completely in the hands of Xiaoyang. He could also choose to resist, but there would only be one result. He would die, and the Divine Fist sect would fall apart and cease to exist. When the Iron God Fist thought of the terrifying consequences, he couldn't bear to accept it. Thus, he chose this option that was considered good for both sides. He tapped his forehead with a finger, took out a drop of soul blood, and handed it to Chundayu. Chundayu accepted it without hesitation, then laughed out loud and said, "Sect leader Tai, from now on, our Shark Pack and Divine Fist sect will be a family. We should take care of each other and help each other." Iron God Fist forced a smile and said, Of course, of course. In the future, if your Shark Pack has any problems that you can't solve, you can come to our Divine Fist clan. We will not refuse." His smile was uglier than his crying. "Let's go." He brought Qian Wujing and the others back. Of course, before he left, he modestly said a few words, hoping to invite Chindayu and the others to be his guests. In fact, he couldn't wait for these people to disappear from his sight. Chindayu knew that Iron God Fist sect hated him, so he didn't rely on him to avoid being despised. After watching the Iron God Fist sect leave, Chindayu and the others came to Xiaoyang and said gratefully, this time, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. Senior has saved our Shark Pack many times. Why don't you leave the Shark Pack to be the sect leader and lead us to conquer the world?" "Yes, Senior, we hope that you will stay." One by one, the Shark Pack members begged Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang smiled faintly and rejected. "All right, now that you're done here, I'll take my leave. Also, I'll give you a magic treasure. You don't even have a decent magic treasure." As he spoke, he took out a high-grade earth-level magic treasure from his storage ring and gave it to Chindayu. One had to know that the highest grade magic treasure they had was only a low-grade earth-level magic treasure. A high-grade earth-level magic treasure was 2 whole realms higher. Like the Divine Fist sect, they might not even have a high-grade earth-level magic treasure. Above the high-grade earth level was the quasi-heaven level magic treasure, and above that was the heaven level magic treasure. Quasi-heaven level magic treasures and heaven level magic treasures were all in the hands of powerful people like King Wu. Small forces like them didn't need to think too much about it. However, with a high-grade earth-level magic treasure, their overall combat power would increase by several times. Chundayu and the others were extremely excited. "We thank Senior for giving us this magic treasure. It's just that this magic treasure is too precious. How can we accept it?" Chundayu was a little shy. His eyes almost never left the high-grade earth-level magic treasure. With this magic treasure, he dared to challenge the Iron God Fist sect. "All right, we're leaving." Xiaoyang summoned the primordial divine dragon and quickly left with the 3 of them. Divine Fist sect. Everything that happened outside the sect fell into the eyes of Qian Wujing, the Iron God Fist sect, and the others. Qian Wujing said in shock, "Sect Master, Xiaoyang actually gave a high-grade earth-level magic treasure to the Shark Pack." "Oh my god, that's a high-grade earth-level magic treasure. Our Divine Fist sect has been in business for hundreds of years and only has 1 middle-grade earth-level magic treasure. It's really enviable." The other hall masters expressed their envy. If the soul blood of the Iron God Fist sect wasn't controlled by Chendiyu, they would have snatched that high-grade earth-level magic treasure. The Iron God Fist sect was also envious and annoyed. He thought about how their divine Fist sect couldn't compare to the Shark Pack. Why didn't they encounter such a good thing? Sigh. He slapped the tea table in annoyance and directly smashed it. Sect Master, should we use some means to snatch it? Qian Wujing asked curiously. Anyway, they had done this kind of thing many times. They had done a lot of sneaky things in the past. Anyway, they had a big family and were not afraid of those people coming to find trouble with them. Even if they snatched their things, they deserved it. They had bullied many small forces like the Shark Pack. The Iron God Fist sect was annoyed. When he heard this suggestion, he directly slapped Qian Wujing. Qian Wujing's body spun 3 times on the spot. He was confused and looked at the Iron God Fist sect in a daze. The Iron God Fist sect said in annoyance, "This method can be used to deal with other forces, but it won't work on the Shark Pack. My soul blood is controlled by Chendiyu. Are you trying to get me killed? Not only can we not touch the Shark Pack, but we also have to protect the Shark Pack. Do you hear me?" Yes. We understand. Qian Wujing and the others hurriedly agreed. This was the consequence of giving away the soul blood. They were controlled by others. There was no other way. Chendiyu and the others also left. Chendiyu said, "Let's hide this magic treasure first. Don't reveal it. We still understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth. We still don't have the strength to protect this magic treasure. It's not bad to keep it as a trump card." Lu Deyu said that should be the case. Su Jun, Su Yan, and the others said, "With a high-grade earth-level magic treasure as the sex treasure, it is enough to suppress countless fortunes. We will definitely get better and better." Chapter 1177. Little Yan was the first to know that Xiao Yang's group was heading to planet Suzuki. Ever since Little Lian met Xiao Linger in the central city of planet Dark Firmament, she had been paying attention to the movements of Xiao Yang's group. Only after Xiao Yang's group went to planet Azure Dragon did she lose contact with them. After all, planet Azure Dragon, planet Suzuki, planet White Tiger, and planet Black Tortoise were all at war. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for people from other dynasties to sneak in. Little Yen felt that it was a pity and was unwilling to give up. Therefore, when she left planet Dark Firmament and returned to planet Suzuki, she deliberately left Xiao Hubu behind to keep an eye on Xiaoyang. When Xiaoyang appeared on planet Dark Firmament, aside from Lu Diyu, Zhao Bu also knew. After that, Zhao Bu followed behind Xiaoyang and paid attention to every detail of Xiaoyang's life. He recorded everything on a jade and sent it to Little Lian on planet Suzuki. After Little Lian received Zhao Bu's message and learned that Xiaoyang had safely left planet Azure Dragon, she let out a sigh of relief and then secretly rejoiced. If she guessed correctly, Xiaoyang's next step was to come to planet Suzuki. Although her people couldn't infiltrate planet Azure Dragon, she still heard about Xiaoyang's big movements on planet Azure Dragon. Now that she hadn't seen Xiaoyang for many years, she was curious about what Xiaoyang had become. "Xiaoyang, you didn't disappoint my elder sister. You still came in the end." Little Lian muttered to herself in the magnificent palace. Memories from 3 years ago appeared in her mind. It was as if she had returned to the days in Marshall Yang City in the lower realm of the Flowing Cloud Realm. At that time, she had used the teleportation rain butterfly to teleport from the Dark Firmament Realm to the lower realm of the Flowing Cloud Realm. She had nothing and could only live as a little beggar. It was a miserable time. Fortunately, she had met Xiaoyang and her elder sister, Xiaoman. She had taken Xiaoman away by force and promised Xiaoyang that she would protect Xiaoman. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. It was time for this matter to come to an end. Xiaoyang, come on. If you're any slower, Xiaoman's happiness will be ruined." Xiaolian muttered to herself. This time, not only did the people from the White Tiger dynasty come for the marriage alliance, even the people from the Xian King Wu dynasty came. Lil Man's situation was not optimistic. Through the projection of the Dharma treasure, Xiaolian immediately contacted Zhao Bu, who was in the central city of the firmament planet. When Zhao Bu saw the projection in front of him, he was shocked. He immediately knelt down and said, "Greetings, second princess." Xiaolian said, "All right, get up. Where are they now?" Zhao Bu said, "We have already arrived at planet Songming's ferry. We will probably take the ferry to planet Suzaku." But Xiaolian asked, "But what?" Zhao Bu said, "They don't have planet Suzaku's identity token, so they will probably be kicked out. If they don't have a pass, they won't be able to enter planet Suzaku." After thinking for a bit, Zhao Bu asked, "Second princess, should we help them and give them an identity?" Xiaolian sneered. The corner of her mouth curled up, and she said, "If they can't even get a pass, then what right do they have to come to planet Suzaku, much less take my sister away? Let them be. We won't provide any help." "As you command," Zhao Bu respectfully replied. In fact, he didn't understand at all. The second princess clearly cared a lot about Xiaoyang's group, so why didn't she help them? It has to be said that with the second princess's status, many things could be done with just a word. The reason why Xiaolian wanted Xiaoyang to arrive on time was because she didn't want Lil Man to be sad. However, she also didn't want Xiaoyang to take Lil Man away. Therefore, her heart was actually a bit complicated. No matter who Lil Man ended up marrying, at least she would be able to live a luxurious life. On the other hand, if she left with Xiaoyang, then even if she lived a hard life, no one would know. She really felt sorry for Lil Man. Not to mention that Lil Man was a princess, but she was only Xiaoyang's maid. This made Xiaolian feel very unjust for Lil Man. Xiaoyang's group had already arrived at the interstellar ferry on planet Songming. They directly told the boatman that they wanted to go to planet Suzaku, and then the boatman asked them to show their planet Suzaku identity tokens. In the end, they couldn't, and the boatman refused. This was an era of war, and the 4 dynasties were constantly at war. Therefore, it was reasonable to be wary of others infiltrating. Xiao Linger was chased off and said angrily, "Xiaoyang, what are you afraid of? Just take the ship and leave. Or we can just sit on the dragon and go. Stop wasting time with them." Lin Shiyun smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaoyang said, "Planet Suzaku is Lil Man's home. Acting rashly like this will have a bad effect on Lil Man, so we need to be careful. After all, Lil Man was a princess. If others found out that Lil Man had such reckless friends who didn't follow the rules, it would be a stain on Lil Man's reputation. Her political enemies would also use this to attack Lil Man, which would be very bad for her. It has to be said that Lil Man's situation was already not good. People from the 2 dynasties were going to get married. In addition, it was hard to guarantee that the Grand Dukes of the other major powers on planet Suzaku wouldn't be tempted. Lil Man had a status that ordinary people couldn't even dream of. Once he married her, the benefits would be self-evident. Xiaoyang was always thinking about Lil Man. This made Xiao Linger even more angry and jealous. Where should I go to get an identity token? Xiaoyang couldn't help but frown. He released his divine sense and covered most of planet Songming. From the conversations of millions of people, he quickly found the information he wanted. One was to take the identity tokens of the soldiers who had just died on the battlefield, and the other was to join some of the major families on planet Suzaku and get a temporary pass from them. Xiaoyang began to make his choice. It was a bit far to go to the battlefield. Also, the identity tokens of the soldiers who had died on the battlefield would be erased, so it wouldn't last for too long. The only way was to join some of the major powers on planet Suzaku, a major guild, or some young master. Xiaoyang's divine sense covered most of planet Songming again and quickly filtered out 10 candidates. These 10 candidates were all from planet Suzaku, and they were all either rich or powerful. They had the absolute right and authority to bring people to planet Suzaku. Then, Xiaoyang began to filter from these 10 candidates. Without a doubt, these 10 young masters from the major families had come to planet Songming to gain experience. To put it nicely, they were here to gain experience, but to put it bluntly, they were here to mess around. In any case, once they returned to planet Suzaku, they could just brag about their achievements. That would be a glorious resume. After all, if these young masters wanted to be promoted, they would need to gain some merit. It was perfect for them to come here to gather some merit and brag. One of the young masters caught Xiaoyang's attention. Chapter 1178. That young master was called Qin Pingan. At this moment, he was recruiting followers. Based on what he said, it seemed like he really wanted to head to the battlefield to kill and gain some merits. Let's go. I will bring you to meet someone. Xiao Yang brought the two of them away. Who are we going to meet? Xiao Linger asked. Xiao Yang said, someone who can bring us to planet Suzaku, Qin Pingan. His grandfather is the Minister of Revenue of the dynasty and is in charge of all the money and grain of the dynasty. To be able to become the Minister of Revenue, one was already above tens of thousands of people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he held power. After all, a dynasty only had 6 ministers. He was one of them and was in charge of money and grain. If the other 5 wanted to carry out any plan, they had to ask the Minister of Revenue for money and grain. From this, one could see that the Minister of Revenue was really important. Who dared to not give the Minister of Revenue face? Who dared to not be on good terms with the Minister of Revenue? If he directly blocked your money and grain, even if you had a great plan, it would fail. Xiao Linger said, so, Qin Pingan is here to get some gold, right? Xiao Yang said, not entirely, he does have ambitions and dreams. He is not like the other young masters who are just here to get some gold. This is why I chose him. Interesting. Xiao Linger smiled and was eager to try. Qin Pingan's residence entrance. At this moment, many people had gathered and there was a long queue. Wow, so many people. Is this Qin Pingan so popular? When Xiao Linger saw the situation, she couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Yang said, Qin Pingan's pay is good and he is the only one who is recruiting, so naturally there are many people. I have been queuing for 2 days and still can't enter. This is so unfair. Someone must have cut the queue, right? The person who was shouting was a local thug called Gozi. A young master from a rich family looked at Gozi in disdain and said, I did cut the queue, so what? Do you want to spar with me? When Gozi saw this young master, he was instantly terrified. As a local villain, he naturally knew who he could provoke and who he could not. This young master in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. He was from the Dongfang family. Although the Dongfang family didn't have a place on planet Suzaku, they were still a powerful family on planet Dark Underworld. Now that Dongfang Bai had come here to apply for Qin Pingan's job, it was likely that he wanted to connect with Qin Pingan and achieve his goal of spreading his family to planet Suzaku. This was the Dongfang family's plan. Once he angered Dongfang Bai and delayed the Dongfang family's plan, he wouldn't be able to keep his life even if he had 10 lives. Who is that person? How arrogant. Xiao Linger glanced at Dongfang Bai and could not help but frown, her face showing displeasure. It was shameful to cut in line, and it was rare to see someone as arrogant as him. Xiao Yang listened to the discussions of many people in the surroundings. He quickly understood this Dongfang Bai and explained to Xiao Ling in a low voice. Only then did Xiao Ling feel relieved. At this moment, someone else came to cut in line. It was Nangong Tsang. Get out of my way. It's your honor to let me cut in line. Gozi hurriedly moved aside, not daring to provoke him. To him, Nangong Tsang was the same as Dongfang Bai. He could not pick a fight with him unless he wanted to die. People came one after another, and these people cut in line without exception. If they didn't rely on their family's power and influence, then they relied on their powerful cultivation base. Just like this, Batch after batch of people entered the Chun family mansion, and Go Zi and the others who had been in line for 2 days were still at the back of the line. Xiao Linger's eyes lit up, and she said, Xiaoyang, let's also rely on our cultivation to enter. Look at them. Which one of them isn't a dog relying on its master's power? If we continue to line up like this, how long will we have to wait? Don't you want to see Xiao Man sooner? Xiao Yang felt that it made sense, and he said, if that's the case, then let's go in directly. Go! Zi was in front of Xiao Yang and Xiao Linger. After hearing their conversation, his eyes instantly lit up. He hurriedly walked out, glanced at Xiao Yang and said, Brother, Fairy, why don't you take me with you? Although my strength is not great, I can guarantee that the information I provide is quite accurate. Look, if you want to rely on your cultivation to enter, then you must have a cultivation above the 8th level of Wuzun. In addition, you will offend many local forces and factions. That is the Sea Sand faction, that is the Sky Eagle cult. Go Zi hurriedly introduced. It seemed that he was quite familiar with these situations. Brother, if you anger them, the consequences will be serious. If you are chosen by Chan Xiaoya, then if you are not chosen, you will definitely suffer their revenge. So you need to consider carefully. Go Zi advised. To be honest, he himself was very afraid. Whether it was his identity, background, or personal power, he could not fight with those guys. Xiao Yang looked at Go Zi, and he felt that this person was quite interesting. You are called Go Zi, right? Okay, we have decided to go in. Do you dare to come with us? He asked calmly. As for the Sea Sand faction and Sky Eagle cult that Go Zi introduced, he did not care about them at all. Go! Zi hurriedly said. Thank you, brother, for your care. As they say, if one does not take risks, how can one stand out? I have decided to take the risk with you. Good, you have a backbone. Let's go. Xiao Yang led the group and walked in front. Anyone who blocked in front of him was pushed away by him. Hey, what do you want to do, kid? Do you want to cut in line? Ask my battle axe if he agrees. A rough guy shouted, and he was unhappy that Xiao Yang and the others cut in line. It was okay if others cut in line. After all, they were from the local forces and could not be offended. But who was Xiao Yang? He did not know him at all. If you dare to cut in line, then I will teach you a lesson. Take this, kid. The coarse man held a battle axe and instantly erupted with a tyrannical fighting spirit. He immediately attacked. After all, he was Wuzun Stage 6 expert. Although he was not the strongest in the entire blue underworld planet, there were not many people who were his match among the people present. He did not dare to cause trouble for people like Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song, who came from powerful families. But he was not afraid of those cats and dogs. His cultivation gave him enough confidence. In his opinion, Xiaoyang was at the level of cats and dogs. Bastard, you dare to attack us? Are you tired of living? You are courting death. Without waiting for Xiaoyang to make a move, Xiaoling was already impatiently in the limelight. Her cultivation was not weak, especially after following Xiaoyang to the blue underworld planet. Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Chapter 1179. It was a piece of cake for her to deal with the reckless man in front of her. Xiao Ling circulated her source energy, raised her hand, and struck out with a slap. The sound of the slap was heard. The man who was looking for trouble did not even have time to react and was sent flying in an instant. When this scene entered the eyes of everyone, they were all shocked, and they simply had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Ling. Oh my God! Don't be fooled by the girl's weak appearance. It turned out that she was a hidden almighty. It should be known that the rough man was a powerful existence at the 5th level of Wuzun. He did not even have the qualification to dodge or block the slap. How powerful was the girl? A real person does not show off. Therefore, no one dared to stand out to stop them. Go! Zi was able to follow them into the Chen family's mansion. At this moment, he was more excited than anyone else. He originally thought that following Xiaolinger, Xiaoyang and the others was a risky move. Now, it seemed that he had made the right bet. They were so powerful. It seemed that he had to hug their thighs tightly. He immediately ran up to Xiaoyang and showed a flattering smile. Akal said, "Taoist brother, fairy, do you know the requirements of Qin Xiaoye? Let me tell you, he does not want just anyone. He needs people who are useful to him." Xiaoyang looked at Gozi curiously and asked, "Gozi, it seems that you are very capable. Do you want to give me some advice?" Gozi waved his hand and said modestly, "I don't dare to give you advice. But since you brought me into the mansion, I will kindly give you 3 pieces of information. I believe that Qin Xiaoye will be interested. As for whether you can stay or not, it depends on your luck." While speaking, Go Zi took out 3 pieces of information from his storage ring and gave them to Xiaoyang and the others. Go Zi said, "If you can get Qin Xiaoye's appreciation, we should help each other. Okay, let's go." He was good at gathering information. With these few pieces of information, he should be able to stay. He was quite confident about this. Xiaoyang secretly looked at the contents of the report. It roughly stated that the White Tiger Dynasty and the Xian Qingwu Dynasty were marrying Princess Xiaomang. It also deduced that someone would save Princess Xiaomang. Seeing this, Xiaoyang couldn't help but be stunned. Although not everyone knew that someone from the 2 dynasties was going to marry the princess of planet Siku, it wasn't a big deal to be able to obtain this information. However, to be able to deduce that someone would save Princess Xiaomang just from this information, one's eyesight was extraordinary. Xiaoyang couldn't help but have a whole new level of respect for Sun Qi. It turned out that Go Zi had this kind of ability. It really made people look at him in a different light. He glanced at Xiao Linger. He also wanted to know what the information in Xiao Linger's hands contained. Xiao Linger naturally noticed Xiao Yang's gaze. She had nothing to hide from Xiaoyang. Besides, they didn't plan to use this information to move Chen Ping'an. Here, take a look." Xiao Linger directly handed the information in her hands to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't hold back and immediately released his divine sense to check the contents of the information. It said that Princess Xiao Lian and Princess Xiaomang loved each other very much. Princess Xiao Lian had promised someone to protect Xiaomang for 3 years. Now that Xiaomang was forced to marry, Princess Xiao Lian might be the substitute. Hiss! After seeing this information, Xiaoyang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and narrow his eyes. If the first piece of information was a coincidence, then the second piece of information was strength. Gozi wasn't simple. This information-gathering ability was even more amazing than Shark Pack's Ludayu. After Xiaoyang finished reading the information, he returned it to Xiao Linger. "Great-grandmother, you!" He still wanted to see the 3rd piece of information. Lin Shiyin didn't wait for Xiaoyang to speak before she knew what Xiaoyang meant. After chuckling, she directly handed the information in her hands to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang read it. It said that the emperor of Suzaku had been seriously injured in his early years, and now his old injury had relapsed, so he needed to unite with his relatives. Then he speculated that this matter might be left unsettled. Awesome. Xiaoyang admired Go Zi's judgment from the bottom of his heart. After returning the information to Lin Shiyin, Xiaoyang said, "These 3 pieces of information are indeed important, especially the inference in them. This Go Zi is definitely not an ordinary person." He already had a whole new level of respect for Go Zi. Soon after they entered the Chen family's courtyard, Butler Chen came out to meet them. Butler Chen was arrogant and gave people a feeling of superiority. He indifferently glanced at Xiaoyang, Go Zi, and the others and asked, "Are you the new applicants?" Go Zi immediately smiled flatteringly and said, "Yes, Butler Chen. This little one admires you very much." Back then, Butler Chen and Master Chen went deep into the enemy's territory and killed 7 times. That was called being high-spirited. Today, Butler Chen's prestige is still the same as before. After hearing these flattering words, Butler Chen's eyes lit up and he looked at Go Zi again. This matter was indeed impressive and was worth bragging about for the rest of his life. However, very few people knew about this matter, and in the end, it was sealed and became a confidential file. He didn't expect that this inconspicuous guy would know about this matter. Butler Chin couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Gozi hurriedly said, "This little one is a native of planet Songming. I have always wanted to follow Master Chin and Butler Chin, so I came to disturb you. I hope that Mr. Butler can lead me to kill the enemy so that I can make a name for myself." Butler Chin nodded. He had a good impression of Gozi. He turned and looked at Xiaoyang and the others and said, "What about you guys? Who are you?" Gozi subconsciously wanted to speak up for them and said, "Mr. Butler, we are together." He hoped that he could use his luck to lead Xiaoyang and the others. Butler Chin narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He glanced at Gozi and said, "Gozi, we are doing business. If I don't ask you, you should shut up." "Yes, yes, yes. This little one knows his mistake. Go!" Zi didn't dare to help Xiaoyang and the others anymore. However, he was worried that Xiaoyang and the others wouldn't be chosen. He hurriedly looked at them and hoped that they would use the information in their hands to exchange for a chance to stay. Xiaoyang shook his head gently and said with a smile, "I am Xiaoyang, and these two are my elixir slaves. We did come in with Zi. My alchemy skills have reached an unfathomable level. Butler Chin, you will know once you try." Alchemist? Housekeeper Chin sucked in a breath of cold air. He was indeed shocked. Whether it was in the flowing cloud boundary or the Songming boundary, alchemists had always been a scarce job. The status of an alchemist was often much higher than that of a cultivator. He had to look at Xiaoyang again. He looked up and down and didn't dare to make a decision easily. After thinking for a while, he said, "All right, come with me to see the young master. If he finds out that you are boasting and don't have the corresponding skills, he will teach you a lesson." Gozi heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had passed the first round. Chapter 1180. Housekeeper Chen led Xiaoyang, Gozi, and the others toward the Phoenix Pavilion. Chen Pinggan was in the Phoenix Pavilion, sifting through the many applicants. If he liked them, they could stay. If he didn't, they would be eliminated. So far, there were more than 100 people who had entered this courtyard. However, there were also many people who had left. At least half of them had been eliminated. The remaining people were still being sifted through. Looking at the situation, the competition was very strong. It would be very difficult to stay. Chen Pinggan was about the same age as Xiaoyang. He had a delicate appearance, but his cultivation was not bad. At such a young age, he had already reached Wu Zun's rank 9. In particular, he had refined a pair of sharp eyes. His gaze was like a torch, and he could see through people at a glance. It was as if everyone's strengths and weaknesses could not be hidden from his gaze. He walked in front of Dongfangbai. Dongfangbai was originally very arrogant. After all, he was born in a big family. However, after seeing Chen Pinggan, he subconsciously lowered his head. He revealed an apologetic smile and said, "Greetings, Chen Shui. I hope we can fight side by side and become comrades." Chen Pinggan nodded. His gaze shifted to Nangong Song. Nangong Song also suddenly became much more humble. He immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Chen Xiaoye." Chen Pinggan sized them up. After hesitating for a moment, he made a judgment and said, "You guys are not suitable for me. After all, I will go to the battlefield. You guys are too noble. You guys should go back." There was one more thing he didn't say. Once they encountered an extreme situation, these two people might betray him. They would betray their teammates for their own selfish reasons because these two people had the bones of a traitor. Chen Pinggan didn't dare to keep them. He didn't want them to die by his hands one day. He didn't necessarily want the most powerful, the smartest, or the most powerful. However, they had to be loyal and honest. At the very least, they had to be trustworthy and trustworthy. People like Dongfangbai and Nangong Song were completely opportunistic. If they were right, they could develop their forces to planet Suzaku. If they were wrong, they could run away. In the end, this was the will of their families. It didn't depend on the two of them. Chun Pingan wasn't stupid. Why would he need two puppets? Dongfang Bai and Nan Gongtsang's expressions changed greatly when they heard that they had been eliminated. They exclaimed in disbelief, "What? You're letting us go?" They couldn't believe their ears. One had to know that they were a big family in the local area. They had power and influence. There were many things that others could not do, but they could do them. Abandoning them was undoubtedly rejecting a huge help. Only a fool would do such a thing. Dongfang Bai and Nan Gongtsang came in with their status and background. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that Chun Pingan would definitely need their family support. But they really didn't expect that Chun Pingan would reject them as soon as they met. Dongfang Bai and Nan Gongtsang's expressions became extremely ugly. One had to know that they weren't the only ones who were slapped in the face. Their clans were also people who wanted face, and their clans wanted prestige as well. They were kind enough to put down their pride and come here to apply for the job. But Chun Pingan rejected and eliminated them without saying a word. If word got out, it would be bad for their reputation. Dongfang Bai suppressed his anger and said, "Chun Shai, allow me to introduce myself first. I am Dongfang Bai. The Dongfang family is a big family in the local area. If you hire me, I guarantee that I will help you solve many troublesome matters." Nan Gongtsang was no exception. He said, "Chin Shaya, I am Nan Gongtsang. My Nan Gong family is also willing to serve you." Chun Pingan thought for a moment. He was thinking that if he rejected these two people, their families would definitely drag him down and cause trouble. But hiring such a noble young master was undoubtedly killing himself and other trustworthy people. After hesitating for a while, Chun Pingan said firmly, "Young Master Dongfang, young Master Nangong, you are indeed not what I need. However, I am willing to be friends with you. When we have free time, we can discuss cultivation, zither, chess, calligraphy, and so on. How about it?" This was a kind of concession. They definitely wouldn't feel good if he rejected them. It was better to directly give them the identity of fair-weather friends. It could also be considered as an explanation to them. Dongfang Bai and Nan Gongtsang's complexion also improved a lot. They said with a smile, "Of course, we hope to be friends with Chin Shaya. Then we won't say anything more. As friends, let's see who you want to recruit." Chin Pingan nodded, tacitly allowing them to watch from the side. He continued to filter the others and picked a few people who met his requirements. Nan Gongtsang and Dongfang Bai narrowed their eyes slightly and glanced at those people he picked. They sensed that those people's cultivation realms were higher than theirs. Therefore, they didn't say anything. After all, their cultivation realms were right there. They had no choice but to accept it. Who asked them to be lazy? As the children of a big family, they were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. They stretched out their hands for clothes and opened their mouths for food. Even their current cultivation realms were forcibly increased by medicinal pills. They looked good but were useless. Even so, their cultivation realms were still pitifully low, only Wu Zun level 4. Therefore, they had nothing to say about Chun Pingan's actions. At this moment, housekeeper Chun brought Xiaoyang, Guzi, and the others over. "Young master, they are new. Take a look." "Housekeeper," Chin said, respectfully. Chun Pingan nodded. His gaze fell on Xiaoyang, Guzi, Lin Shuryan, and Xiao Linger one after another. When he saw Guzi for the first time, he frowned a little and asked with contempt, "Who are you? Can you briefly introduce yourself?" Guzi immediately introduced himself and then used his talents to deliver an important piece of information to Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan was skeptical. After receiving the information jade slip, he began to read it slowly. After reading it, his worldview was refreshed. He looked at Guzi in a new light. He laughed and patted Guzi's shoulder, saying, "Good, Guzi. You are very good. Welcome to the team." Guzi thanked him and then ran to the other team that was picked. He looked at Xiaoyang with encouragement in his eyes. Qin Pingan looked at Xiaoyang and said, "You are friends. Guzi is so extraordinary. I think you must be very capable." Xiaoyang knew that the opportunity had come. He cupped his fists and said, "To be honest, I am an alchemist. If you want to test my strength, you can give me an alchemy room. These two are my pill slaves. It is like this. I am only in charge of the logistics and pills. I am not in charge of going deep into the enemy territory to fight." Chun Pingan's eyes lit up. Alchemist. Even the Chun family on planet Suzaku only had one intermediate level alchemist. Chapter 1181. Not to mention Xiao Yang's alchemy level. Even a low-level alchemist could not be missed. There were too few alchemists in this world. Chun Pingan said excitedly, "Alchemist Xiao, I trust you emotionally, but business has to be done properly, so I'll have to trouble you to move to the alchemy room." Xiaoyang said no problem. Thus, Steward Qin came forward and led Xiaoyang, Xiaolinger, and Lin Shiyun away. After arriving at an alchemy room, Steward Qin said, "Alchemist Xiao, this is the alchemy room. Please come in. The pill furnace, herbs, and pill formulas have all been prepared. If you need anything, feel free to look for me." Xiaoyang nodded and said, "I'll have to trouble Steward Qin." He led Xiaolinger and Lin Shiyun in. After entering the alchemy room, they saw the alchemy furnace in the center, the herbs around it, and some pill formulas on the shelves. There was also a comment on it. As long as they could refine the two pills, it would be considered a success. Xiaoyang glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. Because the two pills to be refined were very ordinary and very low level, they were only profound level pills. Pills were divided into 4 major grades: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. Yellow was the lowest and Heaven was the highest. Profound level pills were only slightly higher than yellow level pills. Xiaoyang could already successfully refine profound level pills when he was at Donglin Town. Now that so many years had passed, his alchemy skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Even if it was an earth-grade, high-grade medicinal pill, he could easily refine it, let alone a mere black-grade medicinal pill. Of course, Xiaoyang didn't need to reveal too much of his strength because his goal was very simple. He wanted to use Qin Pingan's identity to enter planet Suzaku. As long as he achieved this goal, it would be considered a success. "Cousin, do you need our help?" Xiaolinger asked. Xiaoyang said, "No need, just wait here for a moment. I'll refine 2 pills for them first." Then he went to refine pills. Refining profound, level, low-grade medicinal pills was simply too easy. In less than half a cup of tea's time, Xiaoyang was done. He put away the medicinal pills and said, "We'll probably have to stay here for the next few days." He walked out of the alchemy room. However, there was no sign of Steward Qin at the entrance of the pill refining room. Xiaoyang shook his head with a smile and involuntarily walked towards the Phoenix Pavilion. He saw Steward Qin and Qin Pingan in the Phoenix Pavilion. Steward Qin's eyes were sharp and saw Xiaoyang at a glance. He hurriedly left the Phoenix Pavilion and walked toward Xiaoyang. He smiled and said, "Alchemist Xiao, didn't I tell you to refine pills in the pill refining room? Why are you here? Do you need anything?" Logically speaking, the pill refining room had everything, so there was nothing lacking. If Xiaoyang were to find another excuse, he would be looked down upon. Xiaoyang smiled and looked at Steward Qin. He could tell what the other party was thinking at a glance. He did not mind and took out the medicinal pills, saying, "Steward Qin, the medicinal pills have been refined. Take a look." Steward Qin had a suspicious look. Seeing Xiaoyang show the medicinal pills, he instantly became shocked. Then he reached out and took the medicinal pills in Xiaoyang's hand. He carefully examined them. They were indeed freshly refined. This could not be faked. There was still some warmth on them. "Alchemist Xiao, you're really unbelievable. You refined them so quickly. Wait a moment, I'll go and report to young master." Steward Qin hurriedly walked away and quickly came in front of Qin Pingan. He whispered a few words in Qin Pingan's ear and then presented the 2 medicinal pills in his hand. Chun Pingan listened and watched. His eyes also revealed a bright light, and his expression was excited. He did not expect to find a treasure. He pondered. This Xiao Yang's alchemy skills were definitely far beyond this. Then the potential to be unearthed would be huge. Let's go, I'll personally greet Alchemist Xiao. Chun Pingan put down what he was doing, quickly left the Phoenix Pavilion, and walked toward Xiaoyang. After he arrived before Xiaoyang, he humbly bowed and said, Pingan greets Alchemist Xiao. Pingan was blind before and did not recognize Mt. Tai. I hope Alchemist Xiao can forgive me. Dongfang Bai, Nangong Tsang, and the others were shocked by Chun Pingan's courteous attitude. They thought in their hearts, who is this Xiaoyang? How can he make the high and mighty Chun Pingan be so humble? Xiaoyang said, Young Master Chin, there's no need to be like this. To put it bluntly, I'm here to work for you. I'm responsible for refining medicinal pills for you, and you're responsible for giving me credit and rewards. To be honest, we're refugees with no status. I hope young Master Chin can take us with you when you return to planet Suzaku. What does young Master Chin think? Chun Pingan didn't hesitate at all and decisively said, Alchemist Xiao, don't worry. If you make a great contribution this time, you'll be able to enter the dynasty and become an official. That way, you'll have both status and status. Of course, you can be my guest behind the scenes. I, Chun Pingan, will definitely not mistreat you. Of course, during the time you're refining pills, I'll also give you generous treatment. I'll have to trouble you during this time. Xiaoyang said, well said. Since it's like this, let's sign the agreement. Chun Pingan drafted an agreement, signed it with his spiritual imprint, and handed it to Xiaoyang. After Xiaoyang checked it and confirmed that there were no problems, he also signed it with his spiritual imprint. The cooperation between the 2 sides was complete. Xiaoyang said, Young Master Chin, I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Next, if you need any medicinal pills, feel free to report them to me so I can buy time to refine them for you. Chun Pingan said, My recruitment work is almost done. Next, I'll train for a few days, and then I'll set out for battle. I'll draft the medicinal pills you need as soon as possible and give them to you. During this time, you can stay here first. After he finished speaking to Xiaoyang, he called over Steward Chen and said, Steward, make arrangements for them. Give them the highest standard treatment. Steward Chen made a sound of acknowledgement, then looked at Xiaoyang with a smile and said, Xiaoyang, follow me. Young Master still has other matters to attend to, so he won't be able to accompany you for the time being. Thus, Xiaoyang settled down just like that. Now he could only wait for time to pass. During this time, Chun Pingan was training the newly recruited warriors. These people would follow him to the battlefield to kill the enemy. Go Zi, an intelligence agent, had already been sent out by him. He seemed to be secretly managing the Shadow's secret reports. After he sorted out the medicinal pills he needed for the time being, he personally delivered them to Xiaoyang, hoping that Xiaoyang could refine them as soon as possible. Xiaoyang didn't disappoint, and basically fulfilled all of his requests. This made Chun Pingan regard Xiaoyang even more highly, and he became even more determined to recruit Xiaoyang. Although Nangong Tsang and Dongfang Bai hadn't been selected, they still visited Chun Pingan from time to time as friends. Chun Pingan welcomed them with a smile every time and didn't refuse. After all, he didn't want to fall out with the Dongfang clan, Nangong clan, Whale Gang, and other powers. Chapter 1182. When they gathered, they usually talked about zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Occasionally, they would talk about their experiences in cultivation. This time, Chun Pingan left first after the banquet and had Steward Chin send them off. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang pretended to have a stomachache and ran to the outhouse. When they reappeared, they were at the door of the alchemy room. They whispered, Alchemist Xiao, I am Dongfang Bai, and Nangong Tsang request an audience. Not long after, the door of the alchemy room slowly opened and Xiaoyang walked out. Behind Xiaoyang, Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyan were also following. May I know why young Master Dongfang and young Master Nangong are looking for me? Xiaoyang asked calmly. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song knew that Xiaoyang's alchemy skills were amazing, so they didn't dare to slight him. Their expressions were extremely respectful. During this period of time, they had come to visit Chunpingan several times, and they had long known that the pills used by those warriors were all refined by Xiaoyang. Their admiration for Xiaoyang was like the endless waters of the Yangtze River. This was why they wanted to secretly visit Xiaoyang. Of course, they also wanted to recruit Xiaoyang. Even if they couldn't recruit him, they could at least establish a good relationship with Xiaoyang. It would be good for them to cooperate. Dongfang Bai said, Alchemist Xiao is fortunate to be able to follow young Master Qin. If Alchemist Xiao can also hold a nominal position in the Dongfang clan, my Dongfang clan will definitely worship you and give you rewards you can't imagine. Nangong Song said, My Nangong clan and the Whale Gang also need Alchemist Xiao's nominal position. Alchemist Xiao only needs to hold a nominal position. You don't have to do anything. We will offer Alchemist Xiao a considerable amount of cultivation resources every month. What do you think? Xiaoyang immediately understood. These two were representing the forces behind them to rope him in. Xiaoyang didn't even think about it and directly refused. He said, I don't lack cultivation resources at the moment, and young Master Chen's rewards are also quite generous. So, I appreciate your good intentions. This was a tactful refusal. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Xiaoyang only supported Chunpingan because he wanted to use Chunpingan to achieve his goal of entering planet Sidiku. How could he be willing to submit to someone else? Besides, local forces like the Nangong family and Dongfang Bai could not compare to the Chunpingan family. Any sensible person would know how to choose. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song's expressions were somewhat ugly. They did not expect that such a good thing would actually be rejected by Xiaoyang. One must know that it was just a title, and there was no need for him to do anything. It was equivalent to freeloading. Wasn't this looking down on them? Dongfang Bai also stopped smiling, and his expression turned cold. He said coldly, Alchemist Xiao, I hope you can consider this carefully. After all, this kind of good thing doesn't happen often. Nangong Song also snorted coldly. His attitude suddenly became cold, and he said, Alchemist Xiao, we're only doing this because we want to get closer to young Master Qin. Your status is indeed not important. Don't be so shameless. Xiaoyang was amused. As it turned out, this was their plan. It must be known that Xiaoyang was very favored recently. He often received Chunpingan's summons and encouragement. Chunpingan also thought highly of Xiaoyang. If Chunpingan knew that Xiaoyang held position in the Dongfang family, Nangong family, Whale Gang, and other forces, then Chunpingan would definitely view these three forces differently. It had to be said that Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song's plan was quite astute. Xiaoyang knew that they were this kind of fickle and despicable people. When they knew that you had value, they would curry favor with you in every way possible. When they knew that you had no value, they would casually dump you. Xiaoyang had always hated this kind of people, not to mention befriending them. Xiaoyang said, Since this kind of good thing doesn't happen often, then you should find someone else. Besides, I'm not that important, so why did you come looking for me? Goodbye, I won't send you off. After saying this, Xiaoyang ignored them. He directly turned around and was about to walk back to the pill refining room. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song had braved the taboo to see Xiaoyang, which could be considered giving Xiaoyang a lot of face. They didn't expect that Xiaoyang would give them the cold shoulder. This made their expressions extremely ugly, and killing intent surged in their eyes. Xiaoyang, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You'll regret it one day. Now, we'll give you one last chance. Agree to our conditions, otherwise you'll know how terrifying the Dongfang family, Nangong family, and Whale Gang are. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Songs pleas immediately turned into threats. when they failed. In this place, they were like the emperor of heaven. Their words carried enormous weight, and they did whatever they wanted. There were many ways to deal with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang had never been afraid of threats. After hearing their threats, he sneered and said, "Dongfang Bai, Nangong Song, this is your way of inviting people? Very well, bring it on. I'll wait for you." Xiaoyang was also angry. He had just destroyed the Divine Fist sect, and now the Whale Gang, Dongfang family, and Nangong family came knocking on his door. Xiaoyang didn't mind taking care of them, and let Qindayu of the Iron Tooth Gang take over. The scene of their quarrel fell into the eyes of Steward Chen and Chen Pingan, who were not far away. Chen Pingan signaled Steward Chen with a glance. Steward Chen hurried forward and greeted Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song. He said with a smile, "Oh, young Master Dongfang, young Master Nangong, didn't you have a stomachache? The washroom isn't here. By the way, my young master is tired. He said that you're welcome to visit again next time, and we can exchange cultivation experiences and insights." This was a clear attempt to drive them away. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song still needed to curry favor with Chen Pingan, and that was the wish of the family forces behind them. Therefore, they couldn't fall out with him. Dongfang Bai said with a smile, "Steward Chen, I'm really sorry. We were rude. I couldn't find your washroom just now, so I came here by accident. I'll go back now, and I'll visit again next time." Nangong Song also said with a smile, "Steward Chen, I've made you worry. It's rare for you to receive good food and drink, and now I've caused trouble for you. I'm very sorry. I'll go back first, and I won't trouble you." Steward Chen sent them off, and said with a smile, "Young Master Dongfang, young Master Nangong, don't say that. Our young Master Chen is also very happy to be friends with you. You can treat this place as your own home, and you're welcome to visit again next time." Steward Chen didn't go back until he saw the two of them out of the courtyard. He patted his chest and sighed in relief. One had to know that it was fortunate that he found out early. Otherwise, these two fellows might have stolen him away. At present, Xiaoyang was very useful, no less than this group of warriors. If they lost Xiaoyang, they would lose a third of their combat strength. Qin Pingan would die of heartache. Chapter 1184. Dawn of the second day. Xiaoyang put away the pills that he had refined the entire night and handed them in. There were more than 100 pills in this batch. Chen Pingan had instructed Xiaoyang to refine them yesterday afternoon. He gave Xiaoyang 3 days. Xiaoyang finished refining in one night. Although there were quite a lot of pills in this batch, their grades were too low. They were all mystic-level pills. Xiaoyang could refine them even with his eyes closed, so he hurriedly finished. This way he would have time to relax. "Oh, Butler Chen, good morning. Is young Master Chen here? You're up?" When Xiaoyang arrived at the courtyard, he saw Butler Chen standing guard at the door. He greeted Butler Chen and asked him a few questions. When Housekeeper Chen saw Xiaoyang coming over, he couldn't help but take a second look. When he heard that Xiaoyang had actually finished concocting this batch of pills, his eyes widened in shock, as if he was a celestial being. Oh my God! The list and quantity of pills in this batch was drawn up by him. If he didn't remember wrongly, there were more than 100 pills. Even a mid-level alchemist would need 2 days and 2 nights to refine them. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to finish it in one night. His facial skills were indescribable. Awesome, awesome. Butler Chen said in shock, "Alchemist Xiao so early. Young master just woke up and is washing his face. I might have to trouble you to wait for a while." Just as he finished speaking, Chen Pingan's voice came from the room. "Is Alchemist Xiao here? Come in." Chen Pingan shouted. Butler Chen respectfully opened the door and invited Xiaoyang in. After Xiaoyang entered, he saw Chen Pingan sitting behind the desk. He cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Chen, these are the pills you asked for yesterday. Take a look." Xiaoyang took out the pills and handed them to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan took a look and accepted them all. His expression was equally shocked and his mind was shaken. He thought to himself, this Xiao Yang's alchemy skills are truly extraordinary. His speed and quality are simply unparalleled. It was a pity that the other party was unwilling to get close to him. His eyes darkened as he smiled and said, Alchemist Xiao, it might not be safe these days. You should pay more attention to your safety and try not to go out. If you need to purchase anything, just instruct Steward Chin to do it. If you really need to go out, just let me know. I'll accompany you so that no one can do evil and offend you. Although Chen Pingan didn't say it explicitly, the hint was obvious. Xiao Yang smiled and said, Young Master Chin, this is my personal matter. Don't interfere. Just focus on your business. Chen Pingan pondered for a moment. He neither refuted nor supported Xiao Chen's words. He said, Alchemist Xiao, this is your reward. Take it. According to the agreement, he also gave out a reward. After Xiao Yang accepted it, he turned around and left. Chen Pingan personally walked him to the door. After watching Xiao Yang leave, Chen Pingan said regretfully, It's a pity that I couldn't be his brother. Steward Chin comforted him. Young Master is a rare genius. Don't belittle yourself. Isn't this also Xiao Yang's loss? You don't understand. Chen Pingan shook his head and returned to the study to work. After Xiao Yang returned to the alchemy room, he thought about how he had been cooped up here for the past few days. It was really boring. He said to Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun, Let's go. Let's go out and shop. Buy whatever you see. We don't lack money anyway. Firstly, they had exchanged a lot at the bank. Secondly, Chen Pingan had also given a large sum of money. After all, alchemists were hard to find, and pills were even harder to find. Xiao Yang was qualified to take this money. Yay! Xiao Linger jumped in excitement. After being cooped up here for the past few days, she almost fell ill. It was rare for her to be able to go out, so she was like a bird that had been released from a cage. She was very active, very energetic, and very lively. Lin Shiyun only smiled, but there was also joy in the corners of her eyes. It was clear that she was also bored out of her wits. The three of them left the courtyard. Their whereabouts were immediately known to Chen Pingan, Dongfang Bai, Nangong Song, and the Whale Gang. When Chen Pingan received the news, he immediately sent people out to protect Xiao Yang in secret, so that Xiao Yang would not be harmed by the thief. When Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song received the news, they were extremely excited. They met again and said, The opportunity has come. Thus, they contacted the experts of their clans and prepared to make Xiao Yang suffer a little. Dongfang Bai said, If Xiao Yang doesn't know what's good for him, I want one of the 2 pill slaves. How about it? Nangong Song laughed loudly and said, Good, just right. The other one is mine. I think they're quite good-looking. As long as we have the 2 pill slaves. Let's see if Xiao Yang will be convinced. The 2 of them quickly agreed on a plan and planned to watch from afar. Xiao Yang's group of 3s' whereabouts had always been known by others. They walked on the street and were quickly locked onto by 2 powerhouses' auras. You're Xiao Yang? Those 2 powerhouses walked up expressionlessly and asked Xiao Yang coldly. Xiao Linger stepped forward and said angrily, Hey, who are you 2? We know each other. What are you looking for us for? She could finally come out for a stroll and actually encountered other people causing trouble. Of course, she was in a bad mood. With one look, she knew that these 2 people did not come with good intentions. Xiao Yang said, You 2 are Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song's people, right? They're looking for me, right? All right, you 2 lead the way, I'll go see him. Thus, the 2 people led the way in front. After walking for half a cup of tea's time, Xiao Yang entered an inn. This inn was the property of the Dongfang clan. After entering, it was a completely different world. There were array formations everywhere, and it was difficult for outsiders to probe the situation inside. Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song were already waiting here. After seeing Xiao Yang's group of 3 enter, Dongfang Bai said with a smile, Xiao Yang, We've been waiting for you for a long time. Nangong Tsang laughed coldly and said, Xiaoyang, you didn't expect that we'd meet again so soon, right? This time, you seem to be a turtle in a jar. The corners of Xiaoyang's mouth curled up, and he said, I wonder what the two of you called me here for? If you want to make a move, then be more straightforward. It's hard to say whether it's a turtle in a jar or beating a dog behind closed doors and boiling it in a pot. Xiaoyang, you're very confident. Very good. Dong Fangbai stood up and said, Xiaoyang, my precondition is still valid. Either you take a nominal position, or you have to bear the price of death. You choose. Nangong Tsang could not help but laugh loudly and said, Xiaoyang, I hope you choose the second. After you die, I'll help you take care of these 2 pill slaves. Right at this moment, the inn's manager came to report and said, Young Master Dongfang, young Master Nangong, someone is looking for you outside. It's Chun Pingin's steward, and he said he's looking for Xiaoyang. The other party received the news so quickly, Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang could not help but look at each other. Determination and killing intent appeared in their eyes. Chapter 1185. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible, lest something unexpected happens. This was the first thought in their minds. Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes and said to the shopkeeper, Shopkeeper, go and tell Steward Chin that there's no such person as Xiaoyang here. If he doesn't believe me, he can go back and ask Chin Pingan to come. The shopkeeper nodded and went out. Dongfang Bai looked at Xiaoyang again and sneered, Xiaoyang, let's see who can save you today. Since you won't make a choice, then I'll make a choice for you. You want a quick death, don't you? Nangong Tsang laughed loudly and said proudly, Looks like I'm lucky today to have a beauty to accompany me. Then he ordered the powerhouse he brought and said calmly, Get rid of him as soon as possible. Dongfang Bai was no exception. He also ordered the powerhouse beside him to join forces and attack together. They all knew that this matter must be dealt with quickly, and Qin Pingan would definitely arrive soon. Die. The 2 Stage 9 powerhouses of Wu Zun suddenly charged at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was not afraid at all. Instead, he smiled playfully. He said mockingly, Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang, aren't you playing a little too big? I'm worried that you can't afford to play. Dongfang Bai said, You're about to die, and you're still competing with words. What's the point? Nangong Tsang said, Xiaoyang, as far as I know, other than having some skills in alchemy, you're also good at talking, but your cultivation strength is really trash. Bye-bye. See you in the next life. Kill. The 2 experts unleashed their strongest martial skill killing moves, condensing 2 rays of martial skill radiance, instantly arriving in front of Xiaoyang. Seeing that Xiaoyang was about to be blasted into a bloody mist in the next second, Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang could not bear to watch and turned their heads away. The moment they turned their heads, the 2 powerhouses silently exploded, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist. Xiaoyang was now a rank 2 Kingwu with a physical body. He was a powerful being who could do whatever he wanted in the entire Tsangming Star, and even the entire Tsangming territory. How could these 2 guys, who hadn't even reached King Wu's level, be a match for him? With a single thought, he easily took the lives of these 2 people. One had to know that everyone below King Wu was an ant. This was not as simple as it sounded. It also represented the difference between heaven and earth in terms of power. Is it done? Dongfa Bai and Nangong Tsang asked. Then he removed his hands from his eyes and looked at Xiaoyang. When they saw Xiaoyang safe and sound again, they were completely stunned. Xiaoyang was actually safe and sound, and the 2 experts they sent had already turned into blood-red mist, lingering around Xiaoyang. This scared them to death. What the hell is going on? Why did the 2 powerhouses suddenly die, and why was Xiaoyang still perfectly fine? This didn't make sense. Xiaoyang, you. How is this possible? This can't be real. Xiaoyang, what kind of trick did you play? Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang berated Xiaoyang repeatedly. Xiao Linger looked disgusted and said, "Two idiots!" Then she instantly attacked, exploding with a powerful origin power, and instantly strangled Nan Gongsan and Dongfangbai. Nan Gongsan and Dongfangbai, these two good-for-nothings, were no match for Xiao Linger. In the blink of an eye, Nan Gongsan and Dongfangbai were killed by Xiao Linger. "Let's go, Xiaoyang." Xiao Linger clapped her hands and killed the two people as if nothing had happened. The three of them walked out of the inn. Originally, the innkeeper went out to reject Steward Qin and wanted to come in to report to Dongfangbai, but in the end he saw the scene of Dongfangbai and the others being killed. He was immediately dumbfounded, and his entire person was stunned. He couldn't believe it. He stared blankly at Xiaoyang and the others. He clearly knew that these three people were the murderers, but he didn't have the courage to go up and stop them. Just like that, he watched them leave. After Xiaoyang and the others disappeared from his sight, he shuddered and came back to his senses. He immediately sent a communication jade slip to report this matter. He was a member of the Dongfang family. Although he was the innkeeper, he was only a watchdog, equivalent to a puppet on the table. Xiaoyang, Xiao Linger, and Lin Shiyun walked out of the inn, no longer caring about what happened behind them. After walking out of the inn, they saw Steward Chen waiting anxiously with a worried expression, pacing back and forth. According to the Chen family's tip-off, Steward Chen immediately traced here and knew that Xiaoyang was in the inn. He also knew that Dongfangbai and Nangongtsang were also inside. He secretly thought that Xiaoyang was most likely doomed this time, so he wanted to use Qin Pingan's name to rescue Xiaoyang. He didn't expect to be rejected by the innkeeper of this inn. Helpless, he could only contact Chen Pingan to come in person. The innkeeper didn't give face to Steward Qin, but he didn't dare to not give face to Qin Pingan. Therefore, he waited here anxiously. Waiting. It was Xiaoyang and the others who came. When he saw Xiaoyang and the others safe and sound, he was stunned for a moment, thinking that he was seeing things and couldn't believe his eyes. After wiping his eyes and hearing Xiaoyang greet him, he completely believed the truth in front of him. "Hey, Steward Qin, you're here to eat too?" Xiaoyang smiled and teased. Steward Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he be in the mood to eat here? He was only worried about Xiaoyang's safety. Now that he saw that Xiaoyang was fine, he also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, "Alchemist Xiao, didn't Nangongtsang and Dongfangbai make things difficult for you?" Xiaoyang said lightly, "Oh, you're talking about those two good-for-nothings who were killed by my pill slaves." He said it lightly and calmly, as if he didn't take this matter to heart at all. But when this news fell into Steward Chen's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. So much so that Steward Chen's mind went blank. Heavens, you actually managed to kill him. They have a powerful force behind them. Even a young master like Chen Pingan wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Steward Qin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he hurriedly sent a message, telling Qin Pingan not to come. It was better not to come. At least this matter could be pushed off as a personal grudge. Once he came, it would really be hard to explain. The three great forces would definitely shift the focus of the conflict to Qin Pingan, and that would be very bad. You guys are too reckless. It's over. The clans behind them definitely won't let this matter go so easily. Steward Qin pulled a long face, his face full of helplessness. Then he followed Xiaoyang and the others back to the Chen family courtyard. After Chen Pingan learned of this matter, he was also stunned for a while. Although he didn't like Dongfangbai and Nangongtsang, he didn't want to kill them. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, had a lot of guts. Qin Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he got into a fight with Xiaoyang. Chapter 1186. Housekeeper Qin looked at Chen Pingan anxiously. He frowned and asked miserably, "Young master, what should we do? Alchemist Xiao killed someone without warning. Although this proves Alchemist Xiao's sincerity and we don't have to worry about him being poached by others. It's also brought us a lot of trouble." Housekeeper Qin sighed. Seeing that Chen Pingan didn't say anything, he continued, "The Dongfang clan, Nangang clan, and Whale Gang are all local powers. Now that we've offended all of them, it'll be too difficult for us to make a move. If they drag us down, we might end up falling short of success." After thinking for a moment, he frowned and suggested, "Young master, there are only two ways to deal with this matter. The first is to give up on Xiaoyang and announce that we have nothing to do with Xiaoyang. That way, Xiaoyang will be able to face the three great powers alone. However, if we do that, we'll be bitterly disappointed. At the very least, Alchemist Xiao will never forgive us." Seeing that Chen Pingan still didn't say anything, Housekeeper Qin continued, "The second way is to protect Alchemist Xiao and treat him as one of our own. This way, Alchemist Xiao will definitely see young master in a new light. It's very likely that Alchemist Xiao will follow you. In addition, the other followers will also be loyal to you. You'll also gain a great reputation and prestige. However, if you do that, you'll completely offend the three great powers. The gains won't make up for the losses." Housekeeper Qin analyzed the situation in detail. As a housekeeper, he was also half a strategist. When Chen Pingan couldn't make a decision, he had to clearly explain the situation and the solution. That was how a housekeeper should be. Chen Pingan sat in a daze for a long time before finally coming to a decision. He said solemnly, "Alchemist Xiao has already joined our ranks. In other words, he's one of us. We can't give up on him. Besides, he's very valuable. What does a mere Dongfang clan, Nangang clan, and Whale Gang count for? They can't compare to Xiaoyang at all." After a moment of silence, Chen Pingan instructed, "Housekeeper, go. Tell Alchemist Xiao not to go out to avoid danger. Let him stay in the courtyard. I don't think the three great clans will dare to openly attack us." Housekeeper Chen replied with a yes. Then he reminded, "Young master, these three native forces can't be underestimated. You have to be careful. If it really doesn't work, we'll contact planet Suzaku and ask for reinforcements." Chen Pingan waved his hand and vetoed, "I've already decided to come out alone. How can I rely on them? I have to do something to appear in front of them." Housekeeper Qin wanted to say something, but hesitated. He turned around and left. He came to the alchemy room and found Xiaoyang. "Alchemist Xiao, the people you killed are not simple people. The faction behind them will definitely not let this matter rest. Young master wants you to stay in the courtyard and not go out. As long as you don't leave the courtyard, he will protect you with his life." After saying this, Housekeeper Qin sighed and looked at Xiaoyang enviously. She didn't know if the young master would treat her the same way if she was in danger one day. Xiaoyang did not expect Chen Pingan to make such a decision. He thought that Chen Pingan would abandon the rook to save the king. This made Xiaoyang have a whole new level of respect for Chen Pingan. Xiao Linger smiled and said, "This young master Qin is quite interesting. He's even willing to shed all pretense of cordiality with the three native forces." Lin Shiyin said, "It seems that young master Qin is also a trustworthy person." Xiaoyang said, "Housekeeper Qin, let young master Qin not be involved in this matter. I'll handle it myself. Don't let your young master bear too much pressure." After all, Chen Pingan was now wholeheartedly focused on fighting. He wanted to do something to make his family look at him in a different light. If he got into a conflict with the three native forces at this critical moment, it would be very disadvantageous for Chen Pingan. On the other hand, Xiaoyang was very willing to go against the three native forces. Housekeeper Qin sighed and left after giving a few words of advice. After returning to the study, he reported their conversation in detail to Chen Pingan. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Alchemist Xiao doesn't want me to get into trouble. However, what ability does Alchemist Xiao have to face the three native forces? We'll just listen to him for the time being. In terms of action, we still have to protect Alchemist Xiao." This was basically confirmed. Before long, a servant came to report the situation. "Young master, someone has come to visit. They claim to be the patriarch of the Dongfang clan, the team leader of the Nangong clan, and the gang leader of the whale gang. Do you want to see them?" The servant waited for Chun Pingan's reply. Housekeeper Chin sucked in a breath of cold air. He knew that this matter wouldn't be as simple as it seemed. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, these people had personally come to visit. Moreover, they were the leaders of the 3 native forces. This was going to be troublesome. Chun Pingan was going to be blamed for the trouble that Xiaoyang had caused. Housekeeper Chin thought for a moment, then suggested, "Young master, although alchemist Xiao is a useful talent, offending the 3 native forces for him is very undesirable and unwise. Why don't we just give up on alchemist Xiao?" He had followed Qin Pingan for many years, so he understood Qin Pingan's painstaking efforts. Qin Pingan had always wanted to make a name for himself. However, he was the only son of the family, so he had always been suppressed and never dared to let him out. This time, he had spent a great deal of effort to come out. He hadn't even started fighting yet, but he had already gotten himself into trouble. If he didn't manage to make a name for himself this time, the family would probably never let him out again. This was definitely a great torment for Qin Pingan. He was worried for Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan said seriously, "I've already made my decision on this matter. I don't want to repeat it a second time. Housekeeper Chen, bring them to the living room. I'll personally meet them. This young master wants to see what they're going to do." Housekeeper Chen sighed. He had no choice but to leave the study and meet the leaders of the 3 native forces. Qin Pingan tidied up his clothes and walked toward the living room. In the living room, Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing were already waiting there. The reason they didn't use force right away was to give Qin Pingan face. After all, Qin Pingan's grandfather was the Minister of Revenue, and the Qin family was one of the most powerful families on planet Suzuki. Thus, they decided to use peaceful means before resorting to force. Soon, Qin Pingan arrived at the living room. After seeing the 3 of them, he bowed. "Junior Pingan greets the 3 seniors. It's a rare occasion for the 3 of you to visit. Your presence brings light to my humble abode." We don't dare. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing smiled and also bowed. Chapter 1187. Have a seat. Qin Pingan smiled and invited them to sit. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing smiled and sat down first. The host here was Qin Pingan, and in terms of family size, Qin Pingan could crush them. The reason they came to visit was to see Qin Pingan's attitude. After Qin Pingan sat down, they sat down one after another. Moreover, they sat very straight, not daring to relax in the slightest, appearing very restrained. In short, they cared about Qin Pingan's opinion. Previously, they had wanted to step onto the Qin clan ship, but unfortunately, Dongfang Bai and Nangong Tsang had both been mysteriously killed, which could be considered as destroying the hopes of their 3 local forces. Therefore, they were enraged because of this, and decided to make trouble for Xiaoyang. "Steward, bring tea, bring good tea," Qin Pingan called out. In terms of etiquette and hospitality, he treated Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing very well. Steward Chen responded and hurriedly ordered the maids to bring good tea. As Qin Pingan's steward, he was equivalent to Qin Pingan's spokesperson most of the time, so he definitely wouldn't lower himself to pour tea for the 3. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing were flattered and hurriedly drank some tea, thanking Qin Pingan for his hospitality. After brewing the atmosphere for a while, they began to talk about the main topic. Nan Gongyu asked, "Qin Xiaoya, do you know someone called Xiaoyang?" Dongfang Zhong and Li Jujing immediately pricked up their ears and looked at Qin Pingan. The answer to this question was very important and crucial. If Qin Pingan didn't know him, then Qin Pingan couldn't blame them if the 3 forces attacked Xiaoyang. If he knew him, then it was a different story. After all, before they wanted to deal with Xiaoyang, they had to consider Qin Pingan's mood and couldn't act recklessly. If it wasn't necessary, they didn't want to fall out with Chun Pingan. Chun Pingan glanced at them and knew that what would come would come. Steward Chen frowned because of this question, his expression solemn. However, he had already advised Chun Pingan before. As for Chun Pingan's choice, he couldn't overstep his authority. Chun Pingan pondered for a moment and said, Xiaoyang is an alchemist. I recruited him a few days ago. May I know why 3 seniors are looking for him? Dongfang Zhong didn't mince his words. Qin Xiaoye, our Dongfang clan values your friendship a lot, so we sent Dongfang Bai to your mansion to discuss. However, Dongfang Bai was killed on the way back, and it was Xiaoyang's doing. To put it simply, Xiaoyang is the murderer. Regardless of whether it's the rules of cultivators or the rules of the dynasty, the murderer has to pay with his life. What do you think? Before Chen Pingan could reply, Li Jujing and Nangong Yu also spoke. Our important successor, Nangong Song, also died at the hands of Xiaoyang. This is an indisputable fact, and there are witnesses. We hope that Qin Xiaoye can uphold justice for us. Housekeeper Chen's furrowed brows became even tighter, almost twisting into a ball. He appeared to be deeply worried and anxious. There was no other way. Looking at the attitude of these 3 people, it seemed that they wanted to force him to abdicate. Of course, forcing him to abdicate was a bit too serious. They were still afraid of Chen Pingan's family. However, their aggressive attitude was obvious. It seemed that they had to force Chen Pingan to make a statement. Chen Pingan was silent and didn't say anything for a while. Dongfang Zhong didn't dare to be too presumptuous. He thought for a moment and said, Our Dongfang clan has always admired Chen Xiaoye's majesty and is proud of Qin Xiaoye's glorious deeds. Therefore, if possible, our Dongfang clan is willing to listen to Qin Xiaoye's orders. We heard that Qin Xiaoye has recently recruited people with lofty ideals and wants to show off their ambitions and achieve something. Our Dongfang clan is willing to serve Qin Xiaoye. Nangong Yu and Li Jujing also hurriedly expressed their stance. Qin Xiaoye's character and ambitions are worthy of our respect. We are also willing to serve. In fact, this was also a way to force Chen Pingan. Don't be fooled by their nice-sounding words, as if Chen Pingan was the leader. In fact, they were forcing Chen Pingan to give up on Xiaoyang. The hidden meaning was obvious. If he gave up on Xiaoyang or killed Xiaoyang to avenge Dongfang Bai and Nangong Song, then he would be able to gain the friendship of the 3 local forces. If he insisted on protecting Xiaoyang, then he would lose the friendship of the 3 forces. At that time, if there was any friction between the 2 sides, then he couldn't blame anyone else. For Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing, this was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, they could let Qin Pingan kill Xiaoyang. Even if he couldn't kill him, letting him give up on Xiaoyang was also not bad. Second, they could take the opportunity to board the Qin clan ship. This was their initial plan. Now it was up to Qin Pingan to choose. There was no doubt that the 3 local forces were more valuable. With their support, Chen Pingan would have fewer problems. From the value of Xiaoyang's performance, so far, he only knew that Xiaoyang was a good alchemist. If Steward Chen had to choose, he would definitely choose the 3 forces and give up on Xiaoyang. As a leader, of course, he had to be ruthless. Chen Pingan was silent for a long time. Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Ho, and Li Jujing didn't urge him. They knew that Qin Pingan was still weighing the gains and losses and hadn't made a decision yet. They waited quietly, not wanting to see a situation where they would part on bad terms. After a long time, Qin Pingan's face showed a firm look as he calmly said, 3 seniors, Xiaoyang is an alchemist I recruited and is very important to me. So, in my mansion, please don't offend him and ruin our friendship. As for other places, you can settle your grievances on your own. Of course, I value your friendship very much. Dongfang Zhong, Nangong Yu, and Li Jujing all frowned, not knowing what to say for a while. Chen Pingan's attitude was very clear. He wanted to protect Xiaoyang. At the very least, he couldn't hurt Xiaoyang in his mansion. This was Chun Pingan's bottom line. At the same time, Chun Pingan didn't want to become enemies with the three forces and even wanted their support. So, he let them settle their grievances on their own. It seemed like he wasn't helping either side, but in fact he was still biased toward Xiaoyang. Chen Xiaoye's way of doing things is really impressive. I admire you. Since that's the case, after I settle my personal matters, I will come to rely on Qin Xiaoye. At that time, I hope Qin Xiaoye will take me in. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing all stood up and cupped their fists towards Qin Pingan. They knew that Chun Pingan had compromised and made concessions, so they didn't push him further. Chapter 1188. In this day and age, one had to know how to compromise and lower one's head if one wanted to live a carefree life. If Chun Pingan's attitude was firm enough, he could have sworn to protect Xiaoyang with his life. Whoever dared to harm Xiaoyang would be going against him, and he would fight back with his life. But he didn't. This was equivalent to giving the three factions some leeway and not completely killing them. This way, the three factions still had a way out. Therefore, Dongfang Zhong, Nanfang Ho, and Li Jujing, the leaders of the three factions, didn't need to fall out with Qin Pingan. This was equivalent to giving both sides some leeway, and there was still the possibility of cooperation. There was no loss to the three factions. It didn't matter that they couldn't act in Chun Pingan's courtyard. Central City was so big, and they didn't believe that Xiaoyang would stay in his courtyard every day. Xiaoyang would come out one day, and then they would have the chance to act. This was something Chun Pingan had tacitly agreed to. Therefore, even if they killed Xiaoyang, Qin Pingan couldn't make things difficult for them. Then, Qin Xiaoye will take our leave. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing said their farewells. They already knew Chun Pingan's attitude and bottom line, so there was no need to stay. Steward, send them off for me. Chun Pingan called out. Steward Chun responded and hurried out with a smile. Esteemed guests, I'll send you off. Sorry to trouble you. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing said some polite words and walked out of Qin Pingan's courtyard. Soon, Steward Chun returned. He returned to Qin Pingan's side and said, Young master, the three great forces will definitely not let Alchemist Xiao off so easily. Do you think we should keep Alchemist Xiao in the mansion for this period of time? According to Alchemist Xiao's personality, it seems that he could leave at any time. After all, they hadn't signed a master and servant agreement with Xiaoyang. It was just an ordinary employer-employee relationship, so other than refining pills, Xiaoyang was still very relaxed. Qin Pingan thought for a moment and said, For Alchemist Zhao's sake, try to keep him here. All right, I'll talk to him personally about this. Qin Pingan thought for a moment, then walked out of the living room and headed towards the alchemy room. When he reached the alchemy room, he saw Xiaoyang. Alchemist Xiao, he called out to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang turned around and saw that it was Qin Pingan. A smile appeared on his face as he said, Young Master Qin is here? I don't know if my matter has caused you trouble. Actually, I can handle this matter myself. Xiaoyang was indeed capable of this. Back when he had killed Dongfang Bai and Nangong-sang, he had already anticipated today's outcome. But looking at Chun Pingan's words, it seemed like he had blocked it for him. This made Xiaoyang have a whole new level of respect for Qin Pingan, and he paid more attention to him. Chun Pingan hesitated for a moment before he said, Alchemist Xiao, I'm very sorry that I wasn't able to protect you. The three great powers will definitely not let you off. So, you should obediently stay here during this period of time. At the very least, you'll be safe like this. Although I wasn't able to protect you, they won't dare to barge into this courtyard. This is the bottom line between me and them. When Xiaoyang heard this, he immediately understood. In the end, Qin Pingan was still biased toward Xiaoyang. This made Xiaoyang not know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, Qin Pingan didn't have to do this. However, he couldn't be blamed. After all, he didn't understand Xiaoyang's strength, and Xiaoyang had never displayed his strength in front of him. Qin Pingan said, I know that you can handle it yourself, but there's no need to take the risk. Don't you think so? All right, listen to me and stay here for a while. After I return victorious, I'll bring you back to planet Suzaku. I believe that the three great powers won't be able to do anything to you. Do you agree? After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiaoyang and asked for Xiaoyang's opinion. It seemed like he would only be at ease if Xiaoyang personally agreed. Xiaoyang let out a helpless laugh and said, "Young Master Qin, actually, I know that you have good intentions. You want to protect me. In fact, the three great powers really can't do anything to me, and I can take care of them." He didn't really want to agree, because Chen Pingon was doing him a favor, and he didn't want to accept it. Moreover, the Iron Teeth Gang had been bored to death recently. Ever since they swallowed the Divine Fist sect, they had been living a lot more comfortably, and he could find something for them to do. Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, and Li Jujing wanted to cause trouble for Xiaoyang, so they couldn't blame Xiaoyang for making the first move. After hearing Xiaoyang's words, Qin Pingon became silent. He knew that Xiaoyang wouldn't agree so easily, but he still wanted to protect Xiaoyang and hoped that Xiaoyang wouldn't go out and take risks. The problem was that he didn't have the authority to keep Xiaoyang here. Seeing the situation, Steward Chen couldn't help but complain. "Alchemist Xiao, our young master has already gone to this extent, and it's already very difficult. Don't add more pressure on him." It was fine in this courtyard, but if it was outside, how could he protect Xiaoyang? Once Xiaoyang suffered any losses, it would be a heavy blow to Qin Pingon's reputation. Xiaoyang rubbed his nose and said with an embarrassed smile, "Don't interfere in this matter, lest you get into trouble. If I can't handle this matter, I'll ask for your help." Chen Pingon remained silent. Steward Qin couldn't help but say, "Alchemist Xiao, when you say you can handle it, you mean to kill them all, right? This kind of method won't work. If you kill the younger ones, there will be older ones. If you kill the older ones, there will be even older ones. The three factions together have tens of thousands of people. You can't possibly kill all of them. Listen to our young master's advice. It's for your own good and for the young master's good." As a butler, there was no one else who could be so loyal to the young master and work so hard for him. Chen Pingon thought for a moment and said, "Alchemist Xiao, it's your freedom to come and go. I also believe that you have your own thoughts and decisions. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more." "Young master." Steward Chen's expression changed slightly as he called out. From Chen Pingon's words, it seemed that he wanted to give up on Xiaoyang. This was very inappropriate. After all, he had done so much for Xiaoyang. If he gave up halfway, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Qin Pingon raised his hand and stopped Steward Chen's advice. He said indifferently, "Alchemist Xiao, my battle team is almost done with training. We'll set off in 2 days, so I'll have to trouble you during this period of time." Thus, he took out a jade slip and various pill refining materials from his storage ring and handed them to Xiaoyang, saying, "Alchemist Xiao, this jade slip records the required pills and quantities. Please hurry up and refine them. I'll have to trouble you." Chapter 1189. "All right, no problem." Xiaoyang smiled and took the jade slip and the herbs from Qin Pingon's hands. He readily agreed. After all, in the path of alchemy, his attainments were unquestionable. If he dared to say he was second, no one would dare to say they were first. What's more, recently, the pills Qin Pingon needed to refine weren't of high grade, so Xiaoyang could easily refine them and even take some time out to cause trouble outside. If it were any other alchemist, they would probably be swamped with work. This was the difference, and it was something Xiaoyang could be proud of. Qin Pingon was stunned when he saw Xiaoyang agree so readily. This batch of pills wasn't simple, and the grade and quantity were much stricter than before. Chen Pingon had put in a lot of effort into this. Wasn't this Xiaoyang being disobedient? Very well, then I'll use pills to stump him and keep him in the courtyard. Although this was a little difficult, it still felt like he was trying to protect him. In short, Qin Pingon didn't want Xiaoyang to leave the courtyard, lest he be killed by Dongfang Zhong, Nan Gongyu, or Li Jujing. However, he didn't have a better reason to keep Xiaoyang here, so using alchemy to keep Xiaoyang here was a wise choice. However, Xiaoyang agreed without any hesitation. He felt that Xiaoyang didn't know what kind of pills he needed to concoct. If he knew what kind of pills he needed to concoct, he wouldn't have agreed so easily. One had to know that even his family's alchemists would struggle to refine this batch of pills. Chun Pingan thought for a moment and smiled bitterly. Thinking about it, every time he asked Xiaoyang to refine pills, whether it was in terms of grade or quantity, Xiaoyang would not go overboard. Therefore, Xiaoyang would reasonably think that this was a simple pill and a small batch of goods. Chen Pingan thought that he should remind Xiaoyang, lest Xiaoyang be tricked by him and become suspicious. It was also a good opportunity to see Xiaoyang's embarrassed state. He said calmly, "Alchemist Xiao, I naturally know that you are an expert in alchemy, but the grade and quantity of pills this time are a little different, so it's better if you take a look." Xiaoyang was confused. Could it be that the pills this time were extraordinary? Even if there were top-grade pills that were difficult to refine, he wouldn't find it a problem. With his alchemy skills, there was basically no pill he couldn't refine. But since Chan Pingan had reminded him, he subconsciously glanced at the jade slip. Among the required pills, the quantity was actually twice as much as usual, and the grade of the pills had also increased by 2 grades, reaching Earth grade pills. According to Xiaoyang's judgment, there were some other pills that Chun Pingan didn't need. But Chun Pingan still listed them here. Presumably Chun Pingan's move was extraordinary. Thinking about how Chun Pingan emphasized that he should stay in the courtyard and not go out, Xiaoyang couldn't help but smile. He immediately figured out Chun Pingan's intentions. Chun Pingan planned to use the matter of alchemy to keep him here. This made Xiaoyang both angry and amused. What was amusing was that Chun Pingan knew how to consider his safety and also knew how to find a way to keep Xiaoyang here. What was infuriating was that Chun Pingan actually cheated. This batch of pills clearly exceeded the scope of what they needed. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "All right, isn't it just these few pills? I will quickly refine them." He appeared very relaxed and didn't seem pretentious. This made Chun Pingan, who was prepared to watch a good show, greatly disappointed. He originally thought that he would be able to see Chun Pingan's embarrassed and distressed appearance. He didn't expect Alchemist Zhao's tone to be as arrogant as before. He didn't know whether Alchemist Zhao was deliberately putting on an act, or he really had such amazing alchemy skills. One had to know that this batch of pills he gave out would probably give even the clan's alchemists a headache for 3 days. Chun Pingan forced a smile and said, "All right, Alchemist Xiao, then I will have to trouble you." Then he left with Housekeeper Chin. There wasn't even a smile on his face. From beginning to end, Housekeeper Chin, who had been watching from the sidelines, naturally understood Chun Pingan's intentions. His eyes flashed, full of admiration for Chun Pingan, and he said, "Young master, you are really smart. This guy, Alchemist Xiao, didn't listen to you and stayed, so you used the matter of alchemy to delay him. This move is really amazing. I think Alchemist Xiao will also understand your good intentions." Chun Pingan's eyes darkened, and he sighed and said, "You don't understand. You also saw just now, Alchemist Xiao didn't feel embarrassed because of this. This means that these pills can't stump him. I still underestimated him. If I had known, I would have gotten some heaven-grade pills for him to refine." He said these words out of anger. He had always wanted to protect Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang never appreciated his kindness. This gave him a headache. He felt that this guy Xiaoyang was very naughty and mischievous like a child. He wasn't obedient at all and always made him worry. Housekeeper Chin smiled, but didn't say anything. He naturally knew that Chun Pingan was saying these words out of anger. Pill formulas of heaven-grade pills were extremely hard to find. In the entire Tsangmin territory, there had never been any mention of a heaven-grade pill formula. So, when Chun Pingan said that he would use heaven-grade pills to make things difficult for Xiaoyang, it was a joke. As a housekeeper who had followed Qin Pingan for many years, he knew when to speak and also knew when not to. So, it was wisest to tactfully keep his mouth shut at this time. When they reached the door of the study, housekeeper Qin comforted Qin Pingan, saying, "Perhaps alchemist Xiao purposely showed his attitude, and is the type that is unconvinced and awesome." Regarding this, Qin Pingan didn't know. Although he was the one who had recruited Xiaoyang, almost no one knew the depth of Xiaoyang's strength. Housekeeper Qin comforted again. "Young master, there is no need to think too much. No matter what, Alchemist Xiao will understand your good intentions. Besides, if Alchemist Xiao is really able to refine these pills, it also proves his ability. In this way, it seems that he may have a way to deal with the 3 local forces." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. He nodded and said, "That's right, it seems that I am overthinking. A person with such high attainments in alchemy is definitely not an ordinary person. All right, go and gather the men. We will set out tonight and go to the enemy's battlefield to kill. This time, we will kill to our heart's content and return with great achievements." Qin Pingan instructed. During this period of time, Xiaoyang had already refined enough pills. Moreover, he had also bought a lot of pills outside, in case his subordinates lacked pills. As for the pills that he had given Xiaoyang to refine just now, they were not essential. If he had them, it would naturally be icing on the cake. If he didn't, it was fine. In Qin Pingan's detailed plan, he didn't plan to use that batch of pills. If Xiaoyang was really able to refine them, then it would be a reward for his victory. Chapter 1190. In the alchemy room. After Xiaoyang got the pill recipe and herbs, he began to refine pills in the dark. Although the number and level of the pills had increased a lot this time, it didn't matter. With Xiaoyang's alchemy attainments, dealing with pills was a piece of cake. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun were both helping from the side. They watched as the pills Xiaoyang refined became more and more advanced, and the number of pills he refined became more and more numerous. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. When they came into contact with Xiaoyang, they only knew that Xiaoyang's cultivation strength was heaven-defying. They didn't know anything about Xiaoyang on the road of alchemy. Now, Xiaoyang's heaven-defying alchemy ability had completely shocked them. Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun admired Xiaoyang even more. No matter what instructions and decisions Xiaoyang had, they would resolutely protect and obey them. They followed Xiaoyang like maids. After finishing their work, they wiped the sweat from their foreheads and sat cross-legged on the spot, slowly recovering their origin power. After a long time, they recovered, opened their eyes, and began to tease Xiaoyang. Xiao Linger said, "Xiaoyang, I think that Qin Pingan must be interested in you. Why don't you follow him? It won't be bad for you." Lin Shiyun laughed involuntarily from the side, and then she glared at Xiao Linger. This Xiao Linger is really something. She really dares to say anything without any scruples. At least, she didn't dare to tease Xiaoyang like this. Xiaoyang didn't care about this kind of trivial matter. With their hard work and help, the pills that needed to be refined had been refined. Now, they were waiting for the last process. Xiaoyang was extremely lenient and forgiving towards these 2 people who had contributed greatly. Xiaoyang said, "Qin Pingan is indeed a good person. He did want to recruit me, but I didn't agree." Qin Pingan's meaning was very clear. As long as one wasn't stupid, they would be able to see it. Xiao Linger said, "Xiaoyang, I see that they're leaving tonight. Are you really not going with them? If you go with them with your ability, it will only be a matter of a blink of an eye for you." Xiaoyang shook his head and said, "Let them do this kind of thing. There's no need for me to take part." His physical body was now at the 2nd level of King Wu's cultivation. He was almost invincible in the entire Tsangmin territory. It was meaningless and uninteresting to bully small fries at this level. On the other hand, if there were people who were blind enough to seek death, such as Dongfang Zhong, Nangongyu, or Li Jujing, he wouldn't mind helping them seek death. After Xiaoyang warmed up the furnace, he took out the pills and considered the task completed. All he had to do was give them to Qin Pingan. He'd only taken half a day to refine them. This speed was astonishing. At the very least, no one in the Tsangmin territory could compare to Xiaoyang. Of course, the quality of the pills was also excellent. Xiaoyang didn't need to trick Qin Pingan with inferior products. Xiaoyang thought for a moment, then started refining again. Xiao Linger asked, "Husband, you've already completed the task. Why are you still refining? Are you trying to tire me to death?" Lin Shiyun also looked at him in confusion. Xiaoyang explained, "All right, I know you're tired. Rest a bit more. If you feel embarrassed, you can give these pills to Surchin." As he spoke, he took out the medicinal pills that were stored in the pill bottle. There were more than 100 bottles. These were the pills that Qin Pingan had instructed him to refine. Xiaoyang wouldn't be negligent. After all, he was free to do whatever he wanted after this matter was settled. "All right, then I'll go and report to great-grandmother." Xiao Linger crawled up with a grunt, and then she put away these medicinal pills. Lin Shiyun also got up and followed Xiao Linger out of the pill refining room. They walked towards Qin Pingan's study. On the way, they met Steward Qin. Steward Chen was hurrying away as if he was busy with something. They asked him as a greeting. Steward Chen also noticed them and greeted them with a smile. Even if he didn't give them face, he had to give face to alchemist Xiao. Respect was mutual. Xiao Ling explained in detail the reason why she had come over. After Steward Chen heard this, he was shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. He almost doubted if his ears were playing tricks on him. Xiaoyang actually finished refining the pills that Qin Pingan had given him in half a day. Heavens! This was simply unbelievable. He didn't dare to imagine. He knew a lot about this batch of pills. The quality and quantity of the pills had increased by several levels. This difficulty level was simply hell level. He originally thought that Xiaoyang would take a few days to finish so he could delay Xiaoyang. He didn't expect Xiaoyang to finish it in just half a day. Oh my God! Just how high was his alchemy skill? Even the top alchemist in the Qin family was better than him. This matter was simply too important. If Qin Pingan could recruit such an alchemist, it would be even more meritorious than killing tens of thousands of enemies. This would be a great fortune for the Qin family and even the entire planet. "Let's go. I'll go with you to see the young master." Steward Chen immediately made a decision and told Qin Pingan this news. He could also join in the fun. This caused Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyun to be confused. However, it was good to have him lead the way. Soon, the three of them arrived at Qin Pingan's study. Qin Pingan was slightly astonished when he saw these three people coming over. Logically speaking, Steward Qin should have gone to inform those warriors who had finished their training. Why did he return so quickly? Furthermore, why did Xiaoling, and Lin Shiyun, these two pill slaves, come over? Could it be that alchemist Xiao had something to do with them? Normally, Pill Master Xiao would be the one to come over personally. "Why are you all here?" Qin Pingan asked calmly. Steward Qin said, "I met them on the way here. They wanted to see you, so I brought them here." "Oh, so that's how it is." Qin Pingan understood. His gaze landed on Xiao Linger and Lin Shiyun. He asked, "Why are you looking for me? Does alchemist Xiao have any orders?" Xiao Linger smiled. "It's like this. Our young master has finished refining the pills and specially sent us here to deliver the pills. Please take a look." What? He finished refining the pills so quickly? If he remembered correctly, this was the task given to alchemist Xiao half a day ago. Moreover, the quality and quantity of the pills were extraordinary. Was this alchemist Xiao trying to trick him, or did he really have such terrifying skills? This made Qin Pingan very surprised. He stretched out his hand and released his cultivation. Then he received the medicinal pills from Xiaoling,